first point of the day for the Union Jacks was Jamie Murray and Olivia Nichols as they beat Alistair Gray and Eden Silver in 2 sets.
That's a really good move from Jamie.
2-1, Gray Silver. Game cement, Murray Nichols.
There it is.
7-6, 6-4.
Looking to bridge the gap for the Union Jacks was British #1 Dan Evans as he took on Kyle Edmund on centre court. Despite Kyle's best effort, Dan closed out the match in straight sets 6-4, 6-4 and took back the most available points of the day.
Oh, what a dig from Kyle Edmund on multiple occasions. Oh, what a shot that is.
40-50.
It's an excellent win for Dan Evans, and it is an important win for the Union Jacks here.
6-4. In the final match of the day, Australian Open men's doubles champion Joe Salisbury and rising star Emma Raducanu took on Wimbledon champion Andy Murray and informed Jodie Burrage. As the sun set, the match ended a gripping championship tiebreak, which saw Joe and Emma come out on top.
What a volley there from Raducanu, fully outstretched, playing the soft angle.
5-3 Salisbury Raducanu. Touch, game.
Oh, what a dig
Set and
from
match.
Emma
Salisbury
Raducanu.
Raducanu.
She takes a hit on the shoulder, unfortunate end, but
4-6, 6-4, 10-8.
in the end, Salisbury and Raducanu for the British Bulldogs come through. It was a fine finish and a good match overall.
So that was yesterday, another dramatic day of action, but time to take a look at what's to come later on today, starting very shortly. Here's our order of play. Naomi Brody and Beth Gray facing off first on court 1, 2 points up for grabs. And following them will be Jan Choinski and Liam Brody, the loudest man at the sidelines, arguably, so far this tournament. Jamie Murray partners Katie Bolter in a high-profile clash against Cam Norrie and Beth Gray. And following them, well, centre court, Heather Watson and Eden Silver to launch the day in their first ever meeting. Dan Evans and Cam Norrie, the British #1 and 3, facing off for 2 points. That should be a huge one. Lloyd Glasspool and Naomi Brody against Dom Inglot and Maya Lumsden for 1 point. And Jodie Burrage and Emma Raducanu in a clash of big-hitting rising stars. That one is not to be missed. And Jamie Murray and Dan Evans take on Kyle Edmund and Joe Salisbury to finish the day with a bang. Here we go then, day 3 at the National Tennis Centre. Here's a reminder of the rules. 2 teams made up of 13 players, facing off daily in a selection of singles, doubles and mixed doubles matches. We're loving the variety. Best of 3 sets, no ad scoring with a match tiebreak, and the Union Jacks yet to win a match tiebreak, so they've got a lot of work to do. First team to reach 60 points wins, and at the moment it's the British Bulldogs out in front with a 10-point margin. Changeovers, no sit down until 5 games played. That's been catching some of the players out, but I think they're just starting to get in the swing of things. You can see the sunshine. I'm Abigail Johnson, here alongside Arvin Palmer for this one.
Let's go, guys.
You can see the first two players of the day, Heather Watson and Eden Silver, launching the day on center court. And a lot of pressure for the Union Jacks with the trailing on the scoreboard right now.
Looks like a walk-off.
We're going to have Nick Lester introducing them onto court.
Keep looking behind.
First onto court on day 3 of the Battle of the Brits team tennis for the British Bulldogs. 24-year-old Wimbledon quarter-finalist in mixed doubles last year, Eden Silver.
Off you go, Heather, thank you.
Everyone's
Crowd go wild.
But followed very closely by the current world number 50, Heather Watson.
There she is, the world number 50, Heather Watson, British number 2. And she's been in action for the Union Jacks on both days of competition so far, winning one, losing one. Eden Silver is the underdog against Watson and playing her first singles match for the Bulldogs. But it's been a pretty decent event for underdogs so far, Av.
Yes, absolutely. I think whenever you're coming out onto the court and you're the slight underdog, you can play with a little bit more freedom, can't you? The pressure's on the favourite, even though Eden has played a couple of matches this week, both being in mixed doubles. She'll be highly motivated to get a point on the board, perhaps, 2 points on the board, perhaps, today against Heather.
Yeah, lots on offer today. Big jump up to 16 points across the day. It's been 13 on the previous two. And the Union Jacks were so close to making that a smaller differential between the two teams. Both days, it's been that mixed doubles clash at the end of the day that's been the swinger.
Yeah, and if you look at the numbers a little bit more carefully, they're 0 for 7 on final sets as well, the Union Jacks. So they've lost a lot of close battles. Hoping to change things around today in the next couple of days.
No sit down until the 5th game in the first and the second set. 3-minute warm-up. Any questions? Heads or tails? Heads. Heads. Serve? I'll take this. Okay.
It's probably the longest pause we've had between making a decision. Heather Watson taking it very seriously there. Here we go. Score update, if you were not aware. 18 to the British Bulldogs, who called themselves the underdogs. I don't think they really can anymore. And the Union Jacks 10 points behind with 8, but all to play for today. The majority of matches offering 2 or 3 points. Heather Watson versus Eden Silver for the first time. This could get interesting. And we're happy to see the breeze has dropped somewhat today. It's been a blustery couple of days at the NTC, particularly yesterday was wild. Here we go, Heather Watson, 28 years old now. Seems like yesterday she was one of the up-and-comers. Ranking of 50 at the moment with a career high of number 38 achieved in 2015, a great year for her. 4 WTA titles to her name, and the 4th of those was achieved just before lockdown. She squeezed it in Acapulco. Won a thrilling final against Leila Annie Fernandez, 10 years her junior. Favorite subject, maths. What kind of a person's favorite subject is maths? I'll never understand that one. We've laughed about this one. Instrument played the recorder. I think we all played the recorder for a short career. So that's Heather Watson, a player with a lot of variety in her game. See how much of that comes out on this first match of the day. And Eden Silver, who's played a fair bit of tennis over the last week or so, 24 years old, just a little below her career high ranking of 424 in singles. In doubles, she's much higher at number 161 with a career high of 131. And plays the majority of her time on the ITF circuit at the moment, but looking to make strides. Tennis idol is Serena Williams, who's been a very strong force at Wimbledon over the years, and Silva had the best run of her career in the Wimbledon mixed doubles last year alongside Evan Hoyt. They went to the quarters and they beat Grand Slam champions along the way, pushed the eventual champions close.
Yeah, that was the first time I actually got to watch Eden consistently over a couple of weeks, a week or so, and yeah, she played brilliantly well. They teamed up well. They weren't even sure that they were going to get a wild card that week, so to get in and actually make it all the way through to the quarterfinals, that was a huge thrill for herself and Evan Hoyt.
Absolutely, they were really combining well in that tournament, and I think sometimes when it's last minute, you just have to go for it and really swing. And
yeah, and it's kind of like the expectations as well. We weren't in, and now we are, so let's really enjoy it. Let's really savor the moment. Let's have fun. And before you know it, you're deep into the second week playing mixed, so fantastic. And they got great support as well. Really good atmosphere when they went out there, being Brits, of course.
Yep.
The crowd were behind them.
Judy Murray playing ball girl, we like to see it. Bench is just filling up a little bit for the first match of the day.
So nervous.
Oh, come on. Come on, come on, come on.
We love it.
And glute's so tight.
Well, here we go then, the first match of the day. Watson versus Silva with 2 points on the line. This is a big one for the Union Jacks. Watson would be considered the favourite here. As if she needed any more pressure than the scoreboard already places on her. Well, a statement of intent to kick things off. The serve came in quite slow in height.
She talked about how she was fairly nervous, Heather, but that's a good start. Gets rid of some of the nerves.
Do you think sometimes when you tell someone that you're nervous, that takes a little bit of the
Yeah,
pressure off, so
absolutely.
they know?
Yeah, because sometimes as a player, you tend to just keep everything bottled up inside, so kind of putting it out there. Actually helps. And that's a good dig from Silva.
It is the huge return kind of backfired on Watson a little there. Silva just sticking a racket out.
Was a little tentative, that forehand, a bit of deceleration, so signs of a bit of tightness.
Oh, what a rally. Really great depth of shot from Eden Silva throughout. Watson had to get right down, bend her knees to go toe-to-toe, but a brilliant finish.
Yeah, fantastic hand skills there. Love the way she controlled the racket face there. Very easy to lose control when you're outstretched like that. Doubles player that Watson is. That comes in handy. When we talk about nerves, it's not only the matchup. You know, you're stepping on court, first match of the day, you're going to be nervous, but they've got a 10-point deficit to try and close as well, so you got that to deal with as well.
Well, an early break point chance then for Heather Watson. Just a little bit cagey on one or two forehands in these early stages, Watson. Well, she's gifted a second chance. Well, usually you'd say it's so important for the underdog, Eden Silva, to get that first game and get on the board, but really there's a lot of expectation on Heather Watson here, much higher ranked, seems far down on the scoreboard. Maybe she needs this one more.
Game. Silver. First game.
Racket bounces early. You can see both players there just still taking their time to warm into this one.
That's a super hold though there for Silva. She would have been nervous as well. Get that first game under your belt, you just start to settle down, and you've dealt with some early pressure as well, having to save great points. It's good effort.
When I approach, is it better to go to the floor or not?
Well, we heard Eden ask the question there, when I approach, is it better to go to the forehand or backhand? It's so great to have someone like Anne Kjothavong on the sidelines that she can run those questions past. I mean, Kjothavong's worked with Heather a lot
Watson for the
over
Union
Fed
Jacks
Cup.
to serve.
And to be honest, it's pretty even Stevens both wings. She's a good passer of the ball, is Heather, so you've got to come in with quality. Type of player that doesn't mind making matches physical either, Watson. Got a good engine on her. She's a good athlete.
Oh, not quite enough on the drop shot, and Silva was
Love
up to
15.
punish it.
Don't quite execute it well enough on a hard court. It does sit there a bit, and that's exactly what happened here. Excellent backhand up the line. Thought she was going to be a little bit more aggressive off that forehand and take it up the line. Too much to that.
Love 30.
You can definitely tell nerves are playing a part
Yeah.
right now with Heather. Not swinging as freely as she would like.
that's well played. Second serve came in slow, well placed for Silva, who really dug into it.
That's a nice injection of pace. Saw her opportunity to get on the front foot here, just on top of the baseline.
Killer finish. 3 break points.
Game. Silva. Silva leads by 2 games to love.
Real confidence from Silva in that game. She didn't flinch. She knew what she was out to do, struck with purpose. And I guess a lot of recent match play probably helps with that. She's not had a day off for a while. She played the UK Pro Series last week and won, winning 6 matches.
$15 love.
So over at St George's Hill, you have a group stage, and then you go on to the final. In the group stage, she beat Freya Christie, Beth Gray, Naomi Brody. Only dropped a set to Brody, and then she faced Brody in the final and won in straights. So she'll take a lot of confidence from that.
I almost found that's not that easy to do, is it, when you've beaten someone in the group stage and then you've got to play them later in the tournament. Sometimes that can be a little tricky. A bit of pressure.
15 all.
The good news for Watson is that it's just one break of serve early on here, and you can see Silva's serve is not the most powerful, so she's going to get plenty of opportunities. Couple of double faults already from Silva. Well, that's more like it from Heather, just hitting out a little bit more on the forehand and backhand.
30.
Yeah, she knows what she's capable of. That was much freer. And when she saw that short ball lined up so well around it.
Yeah, sometimes when you lose that break of serve, actually the tension does leave the body a bit as well.
Ooh.
30 all.
Well, you can't argue with the Hawkeye calling. On the screen is a close call, though. Very close. A little bit of a gap.
Everyone. 30-40.
Much better hitting in this game. I guess once you're down a break, that can almost help you free up, because you suddenly...
the tension leaves your body, yeah, absolutely. Even though you're down in the score, it's kind of think, well, okay, I've lost my serve now, so I might as well relax now.
Ooh.
Juice.
Slim margins out here. Jodie Burridge there. Been a big couple of days for her. Beating Jo Konta, playing with Andy Murray. Yeah, up on top of that return, Heather Watson.
Watson.
Great to see her settling into this, earns herself this opportunity.
Juice.
2-1-1-2 combination. Good accurate serve. Good follow-up. Aggressive from the back of the court is Eden.
Good to see her go for it like that in a pressure moment.
Yeah, you want to be able to control the middle of the court like that. Good footwork around that forehand. Dominate from that area.
Oh, not sure she had to go for that much.
Silver.
Silver had the difficult shot with the half volley. Watson had a lot of time on the ball as a result.
Game Silver.
Wow.
Silver leads by 3 games to love.
Pretty huge game for Eden Silver to come through. Watson freeing up and applying the pressure there, but the lower ranked player hangs on, and that's a nice little lead she's got going on.
Maintain your depth first then, yeah? All right, here we go.
Finker picks up maintain the depth there. She's been hitting with decent depth, Eden Silver, in these early stages. And that helps prevent Heather Watson from making her move into the court. And Watson's been top 50 singles and doubles. That's a testament to her ability to produce the variety on the court. More like it.
15 love.
3 love down, but she could have easily been 3 love up. Really, if you think about it, she wins that opening game, and I think her first service game perhaps just a little easier to deal with. And of course, she had chances in that last game to get the break back once again. So she's created plenty of chances. She hasn't converted yet. Silver playing the
30 love.
bigger points better currently.
And how does that affect Watson mentally? Does she draw confidence from the fact that she's been close, or does it frustrate her?
Well, I think, you know, you've always got to be ever the optimist on the court when you're competing. So I think she's got to tell herself, look, I'm creating chances. I've just got to convert a couple more of them and back in this one. Yeah, nicely done. I think the difficulty is sometimes is when you're competing in the thick of it, that you don't see it as clearly as that. And I think that's where Judy can really play her part and step in and say, look, you're doing well. I know you're 3 love down, but this is a really close match, and it has been. You've had your chances. Just get yourself back in those sort of positions and make sure you convert. This is a chance to do that right now.
Game Watson.
Well, that's a good hold, and she dealt well with the depth from Silver.
3 games to 1.
Just getting the timing right on point for the pickup. Well, will that do the trick? Will that really loosen her up now?
I hope so. Scoreboard. made the breakthrough there.
Love 15.
Silva showing some real good athleticism of her own there. Very good mover to soak up a fair bit of pressure. Too much in the end.
The wind did just pick up during that point, and I think it's going with Watson, which could be a help.
Love 30.
Third double already for Silva. She's looked impressive in most departments, but that's something that needs a bit of work. She wants to maintain this lead.
Love 40.
Oh dear, back to back. And she's just got her head down and got on with it so far, but this is, now Watson's on the board. This is where it might just get in her head a bit. She might start to overthink. Big few chances.
Game.
Wow.
Watson.
3 in a row.
Silva leads by 3 games to 2.
Well, that makes me feel a bit better about my tennis, I've got to say, but not ideal for Eden Silva. And Watson asserting herself there, just getting in Silva's head a bit.
Off the ground. It's good.
So there is a laundry room. The worst she'll start.
And we're going to have a chat with Judy Murray.
Hello, I'm here.
Hey, Judy. Well, we heard Heather saying at the beginning of this one to the team that she was feeling a bit nervous. Do you think she's managed to shake off those nerves now?
Yeah, I think she's starting to settle into it nicely. She's been hitting the ball very, very well, but I think like everybody is a little bit rusty because they've been so short of competitive matches. So it is all about easing your way in, getting a feel for the court. The conditions are different today. There's no wind. It's pretty warm. But yeah, last couple of games she started to find a little bit more rhythm and she started to unsettle Eden Silva, who made an incredible start. Very, very consistent first 3 games from the Bulldogs, sadly.
Judy, and she was a little nervy, but she's got herself back into this one. Tactically, what was the message you gave her going onto the match court playing this match today?
I think if you're nervous, you've got to keep your feet moving, and she has to go after Eden Silva's forehand. She will get a lot of short balls. If she attacks the forehand side, she needs to be ready for the short ball and then swing it to the other side.
Good stuff, Judy. Thanks.
There we go. So Judy knows what she wants to see.
Out. 15 love.
Good movement at the back of the court. That opening return from Silva was the first she's missed this match. So while she might be having a little bit of trouble on the serve, she's not offering up many free points on the return.
Very well there to defend that ball so low. That's what made it a little awkward for Watson. Not able to really attack it from such a Low position there. She'd love a do-over there. She had plenty of time.
15-30.
Just smothered it.
Distracted by Silva moving in.
It puts a little bit of pressure on, doesn't it?
$15-40.
The pendulum swings. Watson feeling a little bit of pressure there. Silva's got back to business. And here's the chance to recover that lead that she had. Oh, so good.
30-40.
Good sound to that.
She needs that kind of precision on the serve, doesn't she, Watson? She's not the tallest player by a long shot and therefore doesn't have the biggest serve.
Doesn't rely on too many aces, does she? But she can vary her placement. As you were alluding to, be accurate with it. She can get 3 points. Or at least get an easier second ball.
Game. Silva.
Well, nice little move from Silva there
Silva
to
needs
change
by
the
4
complexion
games
of the
to
rally.
2.
Watson had used the body serve to get the ball nicely on her racket. But Silva playing a little bit of unpredictability. Still a chance missed for Watson, you feel, to get that hold on the board.
The drop shots haven't been too successful today for Watson. That's just too much on it, too much air.
And Silva so quickly up as the ball left Watson's racket. She was on her way.
She's a good athlete, quick off the mark. That first step always crucial, making up the ground. That's a good return. Pace to it, good width.
15-all.
Right on the front foot immediately.
Came at a body as well. Really good move around.
Let's first serve.
Out.
30-15. All.
Well, the thing about Heather Watson is whether she's playing her best or not, she fights for every single point and every single ball and every single point.
You feel as if that's just kind of in her DNA. That's
Yeah.
just the way she's always played her tennis. Good competitor.
The team getting a bit louder now as well as
13-40.
they sense the opportunity for Heather Watson. One out of 5 on break points. See if she can amend that statistic a little. Not this time.
Juice.
So calm in these key moments, Silva. With the exception of those double faults previously, she's really taken them on.
That's a nice combination. Her backhand up the line was just inches from the line. It's just allowed her to get up the court, and she's finished well off that forehand wing today so far.
Oh, you love to see it.
Advantage, Watson.
That's not a shot we would have seen her nailing at the beginning of this match. It shows how she's settled into it a little more.
Kept her back.
Juice.
A couple of meters behind the baseline there. Tough to do much from back there. Penetrating through the court, Silva.
Star-studded bench for the Union Jacks.
Advantage, Watson.
Well, let's see what she can do. The only break point that's gone her way so far this match, Watson, was a double fault from Silva, so she's gonna have to fight if she wants this. There she goes again.
Juice.
It's almost like when her back's against the wall, she just locks in even more, rises to the occasion, ramps up the aggression. Back to deuce.
Advantage,
Just over pressing
Silva.
there.
Break points down. There's a chance to come one game away from the opening set. And there she is.
Silva.
So impressive from
New ball,
Eden Silva.
please. Silva leads by 5 games to 2.
On the attack whenever possible, and she's made the first serve on every break point other than the double fault that she hit. So that tells you something about where her mindset is at in this match and how much she's backing herself.
I like the way she's been so aggressive when she's down in the score and she's feeling the pressure. She's not hoping that Heather's going to give her the point. She's going after it. Really impressive.
If you're just putting neutral balls into it. Yeah, like one of them was played.
No, mixed.
Use that open forehand line to get onto your backhand.
They are.
I tried to do one of them.
No, No, I'm playing
Yeah,
men's.
no, it's fine. Just
Who are you
practice
playing?
out.
Time.
Come on.
Kids. Oh, that's right. Okay. Yeah,
Every
it's Jamie.
single one. You can do
Yeah.
this. Come on.
Here we go, Eden. Here you go, Eden. Good stuff. Good stuff.
Here we go then, as close as this one has been, it is Eden Silver who has the lead by 3 games. Giving her a taste of her own medicine there, Watson.
15 love.
And reading this well, she can't really afford to hang around at the baseline right now with the way Silver's playing and composing herself. Go!
Out. 15 all.
Well, Silver would so love to break for this and move into that second set, serving first.
Yeah. 30-15.
Oh, that is superb. That backhand has been excellent today
30 all.
from Silver, particularly that one up the line. This was a tough shot to pull off, excuse me, on the back foot. 80 miles an hour, that winner up the line.
Well, this is huge for the British Bulldogs. Silver has dialed in and sensing her opportunity here, a set point as well as a break point. See what she's got.
Juice.
She went the right way, but enough drive from Watson to prevent her from coming back. Oh. Going for some slim margin now.
Advantage. Watson.
Hooking that one cross court, a little bit of angle, a little left hand involved there. Create that sort of angle.
Watson.
Crucial hold for Heather
Silver
Watson.
leads by 5 games to 3.
Keeping herself in this opening set, and where Heather Watson's concerned, you never know what might happen. She doesn't go down without a fight. And even if she does lose this set with the match tie-break in place of a third, you get the feeling that this match could be far from over.
Love.
Unfortunately, there's just been too many of those type misses from Heather. It's not as if she's going for that much either, just looking for a solid return up the middle of the court.
Well, it's just not looking too rosy for the Union Jacks at the moment. On the other court, Naomi Brody, who partnered Heather Watson yesterday, down a set to Beth Gray, who's in seriously good form.
Love.
Well, aside from one little blip midway through, Eden Silver's composed herself remarkably well throughout this opener, and her reward here, 3 set points.
Game.
There it
and
is.
First set, Silver.
The lead in the bag
By
for
6
Eden
games to
Silver.
3.
And boy, did she step up to take it on. Really imposed herself on the court. Looked to attack whenever possible. Moved well on the back foot too.
Yes, no question, she's a very good athlete. And that backhand up the line especially was an excellent shot. First serve percentage from Silver, you'd expect pretty high. She doesn't go for that serve a whole lot. She's got to make sure that she continues to keep that first serve percentage nice and high, because points one behind the second serve. She's got to be a little wary of that. Heather struggling behind her serve, her percentages not that good, unfortunately. She just looked a little nervy early on, and for her, due to me unforced errors, 11 in total, and a couple of those came at very costly times on the return of serve within the rally as well. Good set of tennis from Silver.
Come on, Heb. Come on, Heb. Start again,
First game.
Judy there encouraging Heather Watson to stay upbeat. It's been a difficult opening half hour or so.
Yeah, she's got to remain competitive here. Keep the energy levels nice and high, the intensity levels high. She's looking a little down on herself, but as you were alluding to a little earlier, Annabelle, she's not that far away, is she?
She really isn't.
A set and a tie-break
Watson to
away from
serve.
still winning, so it's more than doable.
And we saw on the stats that if she can just take her unforced errors down a little bit, this is very much even.
Yeah, she definitely bases her game around not giving anything away, giving nothing to the opponent. Hasn't quite found the balance yet.
Oh, kept it low. So essential.
30 love.
Not often if at all, that Eden Silva's been caught out at the net. But she just hooked that over. Leant into it. Great timing.
Love.
Here we go, Jack.
Game, Watson.
Well, what a contrast to the first game of this match.
Second set.
There was a hard-fought service hold for Eden Silva. But Watson getting hers to love just to settle her nerves and boost her spirits coming into this second set. You can understand why she was a little bit down on herself in that opener, because she did give some gifts and the scoreline could have been a lot closer.
Is she bending over yet?
Keep driving up with your legs.
There's
Come on.
Judy, water. There's a cooler box underneath the towels.
I think in this particular match, Eden Silva's got to hate that it's a match tiebreak instead of a third set, because she knows that Watson's not afraid of coming back when she's down.
Love 15.
All day long, that sort of return. A whole lot of risk, middle of the court. You can see how far back Silva was pushed.
Love 30.
Barely. But Watson's turning the tables a bit here. It was a driving return, and then it's she that works herself into the net. That was out just fractionally.
Let's first serve. Love 40.
Well, what a turnaround from Watson. She's just cut the errors, gone for a little bit more, and here she is with triple break point. Grazed the back of the baseline.
Game. Watson.
Well, game on.
Watson leads by 2 games to love.
Must be nice to thrive when you're down.
Yeah, this is not new territory for Heather, having to fight her way back. The daylight in the score, quick hold will go down very nicely here. Get some momentum going, something that she lacked in that opening set. There we go.
15 love.
A bit more freedom there.
Yeah, this is what she wanted to see much earlier in this match, but better late than never.
Love.
She's really stepped out of the shadows. Lovely change-up, showcasing exactly what she can do, the range of her repertoire.
40 love.
Now beginning to find a really good balance. Good execution, this forehand up the line, and she had options now on this backhand. Right time to play the drop shot. She had Silva on the run.
Game. Watson.
Well, this is so much more like it.
Watson leads by 3 games to love.
You can see the signs of a smile on the face of Heather Watson, looking much happier, much more at ease.
She's got one.
Can I have that? I'll have that.
There's more in that blue box if you need it.
Are there?
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Brilliant.
Back yourself here. Don't back off. Yeah? I feel like some of the shots are kind of being aggressive on before, maybe like hitting the table in there or they were just right. Yeah. So, and then she picks up a bit of rhythm. Yeah. Here we go. Come on. Come on.
Well, it was interesting. At the beginning of the set, I think Eden Silva made a comment to Anne, something like, has she bent over yet about Watson? Had she put on enough pressure? And I think, you know, they may not have played before, but she's aware of Heather Watson and how she plays and what she can do. She'll have known when she got that first set in the bag that this was far from over, and I'm sure that she probably felt more pressure heading into the second set than she felt actually starting the match out.
Yeah, you'd expect a response from Heather as well, wouldn't you? She didn't play anywhere near her best tennis, so got to expect that. She knew as soon as she struck it, not the right time, wasn't positioned correctly, didn't have Silva under enough pressure. She's got to stick to doing what she's been doing the last couple of games and driving through the backhand.
Love.
Very audible frustration from Watson after those first couple of points, which is interesting when she's got that healthy little 3-love lead.
That's what Kyothawong wants to see more of.
40 love.
Good aggressive play from Silva.
Yeah, don't hold back, don't back off. And Kyothawong said at the changeover. Oh, well timed by Silva. Kept her feet moving around that forehand drive.
Watson leads by 3 games to 1.
Well, the Bulldogs bench might be a little empty, but there's certainly some support from the grassy area down here. Loudest of the bunch, Liam Brody.
Love.
Spreading the court nicely, side to side for Silva. Good balance once again from Watson. Building phase of her game is so crucial to her success.
This whole match so crucial for the Union Jacks. Watson a big hope for them on the other court. Naomi Brody down a set and a break to Beth Gray.
Out. 40 love.
Out.
40-15.
Narrow lead. Oh, look at that. That is ridiculous. A millimeter in that.
Let's first serve.
Quickly locked onto that space, Eden Silva.
40-30.
Just when it looked like Watson was in a dominant position, Silva tells her she needs to put more on that drive. Didn't have to do a lot there, Silva, just get her positioning, push it into play. One more chance to close it out.
Juice.
Just eased off it a bit there, Watson, pushed back by the return.
Hello, hello. There seems to be some static on here.
Lovely shape to the forehand. Kept it well away from the net.
Advantage. Watson.
You could hear how crucial that forehand was for Watson to remain a break up here.
Watson leads by 4 games to 1.
Well, pretty crucial hold for Watson. It got close there. Silva started to find a range a bit more, applied the pressure, but Watson responded. 4-1 looks dominant, but it is just the one break, so Silva very much still in this set.
Yeah, it's not as if she hasn't created enough chances to break the Watson serve, so of course one breaker serve is very much doable.
Here we go. As long as it takes, Eden. It's great work.
Hello.
Hello, Anne. So we've been enjoying this match, but Eden in a little bit of trouble in the second set. What can she be doing differently?
Yeah, well, she just needs to back herself. I think that's the most important thing against a player like Heather. It's the first time she's played against her. You know, there was a bit of a drop in energy and level at the start of this set, but she's, you know, working her way back into it.
Time.
And what are the different threats that Heather Watson poses to her?
Well, Heather obviously has the experience, and you know, she's got to expect Heather to come at her a bit more. But you know, she's ready. She's played a lot of matches recently, so hopefully she can keep competing and put herself in a good position here.
Thanks, Anne. Good luck for the rest of this one.
Cheers.
Oh. 15 love. Oh. 15 all.
Well, British Bulldogs are up to 19 on the scoreboard, with Beth Gray bagging the first win of the day. It was down on the order of play as 2 points, I believe, but I'm hearing it's just the 1 point for that encounter.
30-15. All. Oh. 30-40.
This would be nice for Heather, wouldn't it? A double break for little added insurance.
You could see Silva's shoulders just dropped a bit there. Not the same kind of composure and confidence that we were seeing in the first set of this one.
Game. Watson.
Well, 4-1 looked dominant, and 5-1 is dominant
5 games to 1
for Heather Watson. And serving out a set can be tricky business, but with a double break to lean on, this should help her to relax a little bit as she steps up.
Yeah, still got to go through those same routines. Opening point, good first serve and a good follow-up. Feeling nervous, routines are everything at this sort of stage. Keep yourself focused.
Go! 15 love.
Well, big news for the LTA during the process of this match. The LTA who've staged this event in partnership with Jamie Murray, creating a safe environment for players to compete in at the highest level. Britzing it out.
30 love.
So Michael Bourne has been appointed as the new LTA Performance Director, current acting director of performance at UK Sport. He's a well-respected figure in the UK sporting world.
What a get.
30-15.
Oh, that is seriously good hand skills there from Eden Silver. Quickness of mind just to move forward to just close down those angles for Heather. You have to control the half volley.
Yeah, that point looked all but over. Not often you see a smash return taken on the rise. Might just jolt Watson a bit, that one. She wouldn't have been expecting it.
Hasn't missed too many of those.
40-15.
The shot has been money, but only just.
Set points then.
Okay.
And there it is.
And second set, Watson. By 6 games to 1, 1 settle.
An emphatic recovery from Heather Watson, really freed up during that one. Some slim margins, and so regularly she came out on the right side of them.
It's a more complete set of tennis. That time around for Heather, a lot more solid from the back of the court. She found a really good balance. Fewer unforced errors by quite a margin. 11 in the opening set, if you remember, only 4 in the second set. 7 winners, so always nice when you're getting more winners than unforced errors. Good job behind the first serve, points won, and a much better job behind her second serve this time around. And clinical on the break points, 2 from 2. So she'll be looking to carry that momentum on into this final set match tie break.
Yeah, that break point statistic is key for Watson. She was not clean enough by a long shot in the first set, and she's really stepped up and cleaned up those numbers. Watson have the advantage now going into the match tiebreak?
Yeah, I'd give her the slight advantage, the fact that she's got the momentum. She's the more experienced player. I think for Silver, it's vital she gets off to a good start at the beginning of this tiebreak here, just to put some pressure on Watson's shoulders.
Heather. And you're serving.
A huge match tiebreak for Heather Watson and a huge match tiebreak for the Union Jacks, now trailing by 11 points on the scoreboard. Beginning of the day, but I think they need this one.
Final sets, match tiebreak, Silver to serve. Watson.
Nothing like starting with a mini break to continue the momentum after you've won the second. Katie Bolter at the sidelines there. She'll be hoping to get her first win on the board for the Union Jacks later on. Takes part in a mixed doubles match alongside Jamie Murray, the tournament director.
Shame. But Heather had good court position. She was in control of the rally, deciding to run around the forehand to play that backhand.
Has to move on from that disappointment quickly. These tie breaks are unforgiving. That's how you do it.
2-1.
That's a nice response.
Watson.
3 points, aces at this stage. Gold dust for both players.
Great precision.
Watson.
The body language for Watson is so much different now than what it was at the beginning of the match. She's positive, she's energized, and she's backing herself so much more. She's coming out on top of more and more of these longer rallies, Heather Watson.
Yeah, rock solid. And Silver just lacking a little bit of footwork there towards the end. The ball didn't quite come through to her. She was
Watson.
left stretching.
Watson.
Well, it's a good job for her that she had a little bit of a lead there and heads for the changeover out in front. Surprising double fault?
Not entirely surprised. Sometimes does lack the racket head speed there. No acceleration to that one. She was kind of looking to place it into the box where you've really got to make sure you keep the speed up and make sure you get the contact. If you want more control, you have to be able to get the spin. And the way to get the spin is racket head speed. A little bit of a let off there from Silver.
Watson.
Short in the box, didn't have a whole lot on it. Needed to get up the court a little more.
And in that situation as well, Heather Watson's just double faulted, so shown a little bit of tightness. Surely she just wants to make a play, a point, and not just hand over an immediate error.
Watson.
Well, the lead is marginal. Oh dear.
5-4. Watson.
We can hear the volume rising at the sidelines. They know this one's important.
Yeah, she had another go at that one. I think she would change her shot selection there and go cross court on that return. Pretty high risk going up the line there, and lost a couple of points.
Watson.
And these are huge moments out here on centre court. Not just in this match, but for the tournament in a wider context. What touch.
Now that is perfect execution. Playing against the wind.
6-5. Watson.
Keeping it so low. Very aggressive style of drop shot, this one. Very impressive.
Well, in this match tiebreak, that could be absolutely huge. The bravery to attempt to change it up in the position that she was. Just didn't stop whirring. What athleticism from Eden Silver.
Now she has covered every inch of the court in this rally. And not only to get there with great speed, but then to pull off the shot as well. This is not easy to keep your composure. She's worked her way back into this tiebreak very well. She's got some momentum.
Watson's going to wish that she'd put a little bit more on that forehand that Silva got on top of, but can't dwell on the past. 4 points away from the 10-point mark. Be huge for Heather Watson.
7-6. Watson.
Nothing too flashy, just going through the motions, keeping at it, staying in it. And eventually the error came. If she can just hold these two service points, she'll give herself match points. took her off balance with the second backhand, set her up for the put away.
Yeah, that was a classy combination of shots there. A different player, different league. When she's up on that baseline being aggressive like that, you could see how that ball was coming through the court, nice and low. And she's up to that final forehand a lot quicker, and she has plenty of options.
Massive points upcoming. Well, she voiced her nerves at the start of this match.
Watson.
But Heather Watson has turned it around. And deep in the third set, the match tiebreak, she has triple match point.
Game.
It's a huge moment for the Union Jacks as Heather Watson takes them into double digits.
10-6.
And it looked uncertain at the beginning. Took a while to find her range to settle down.
You've got to break her.
But when she's down on the scoreboard, boy, does she rise up.
Well, that is very, very well done. It was a nervy opening to this match from her. She couldn't quite find her rhythm. Silva playing well, keeping her on the back foot, but showed great fight, as always.
You just make a few and then you like get tight yourself.
Yeah, you kept committing to it. Well done. We needed that one. We needed that one.
Certainly started to execute her game a lot better in that second set, and that helped her out a lot. They gave her a lot of belief, and things got nervy there towards the end. She had a healthy lead initially in the tie break, in the match tie break. That was pegged back, but it was good aggressive play from her there towards the end, and I think that's what was the difference, that she stayed on the front foot.
Yeah, absolutely. You could hear her there with her team talking about the tightness she felt, but that just makes it an even bigger one for her to come through, because she didn't play her best tennis all the way through and she was feeling the occasion, but she was able to deliver in the end. Big crushing for Eden Silva. She was so impressive in the early stages, but
yeah, a lot of positives, I think, though, for her. She was able to maintain that level for a set, just dipped off a little bit in the second set, but Heather did certainly step up in the second set, and I thought she played well to get herself back in the tie break, but Heather was just a little too good towards the end of the tie break. I think she would have ideally liked to kept that second set just a little closer for longer to
That's what you've met
pile the
Nicola,
pressure
right?
on,
She
but
always says that
I
to
always
me.
say it too.
wasn't able to do it.
That was good.
We needed that. That's a big result. We need the doubles. Who's playing?
well, you could hear them discussing how big a win that was for the team.
Yeah, just to stay in touch, and of course that's the ultimate goal, not only playing for yourself, playing singles, but ultimately you're doing it for the team, so you've got to be able to put points on the board, because they're a little behind at the moment, the Union Jacks.
Like that return I missed long, the forehand line one in that tie break.
Yeah, down when you hit down there.
Exactly. I actually preferred that to then the other points where I'm like trying to go with the forehand, you know?
I know. No, you did great.
I'm glad to get through that. That will make me better.
Of course it will. Every win gets you more confident.
Just come this side, Heather.
It's got to be nice to have Judy Murray to run through a match with. And we've got Nick Lester asking the questions to Heather Watson.
Good to go. Heather, well done. Tough battle out here. What turned it around for you?
Well, in the first set, I thought Eden played very well. I barely remember her making any unforced errors. She was moving very well, and I was maybe playing a bit overly aggressive, needed to find the court a bit more, and I missed a lot of balls like within an inch. So it was really small margins that first set, and then the second set things really clicked, and the tiebreak, I mean, it's anyone's game, and I thought I did well of staying strong at the very end.
Did you know much about Eden? I know you obviously all sort of been around, but have you seen much of her?
I don't think I've ever played Eden before. I know of her, but I haven't seen her play that much. I did watch some videos on YouTube and spoke to some of the other girls on my team for tactics. But yeah, it's my first time playing her, and I thought she played very well.
And a big win for the Union Jacks. We think that's the first match tiebreak you guys have won this week.
Yeah, it is the first match tiebreak we won. Before I played it, I was thinking I've got to get this one for the team. So I'm glad we're finally on the board, and hopefully the momentum starts to shift now.
Good stuff. Thanks, Heather. Well done.
Thank you.
Well, as you mentioned there, a big first match tiebreak win for the Union Jacks, delivered by Heather Watson. What stands out on the stat sheet, Ob?
Well, she was able to cut down on the unforced error. I think after the first set, she really did step up in that second set. She started hitting more winners than unforced errors. Thought overall she did well on her serve, considering that she got broken a few times in that opening set. 72% of points won behind the first serve. That's a good number, and did very well behind the second. Whenever you're winning over 40% or so behind your second, you're doing a good job. She created plenty of chances for herself. 3 of 10 break points converted. And I think it was small margins there towards the end, and she did well.
Great start to the day on centre court, and we'll be back shortly with the British #1 Dan Evans against the British #3 Cameron Norrie.
so. We're not walking on. Just the players, huh? Just the players.
Looks the guy got like 10 bottles of water in his bag. Just killing him. The people in the mixing desk are having a bad day, aren't they?
Just say to the director, come on, Tass, sort it out.
No, I can't. Can't.
Let's go, boys. Just a little bit slower for me, though. There you go, mate.
How naked you feel right now, you know that. Yeah. Come on, Brits, right back.
Which grip, Brits? Which grip?
There are 2 points on offer and 2 big names in action in the next match on centre court. First up for the British Bulldogs, it's the British number 3, Cameron Norrie. And for the Union Jacks, it's the British number 1, Dan Evans.
How often are you down?
Yeah, good afternoon from Roehampton. And a beautiful afternoon it is as well for the latest match in this Battle of the Brits team event. Dan Evans and Cam Norrie, who are going to go head-to-head for the second time in the space of 72 hours. A win for Cam indoors on Monday. He'll be looking to do the double over the man in your picture. Nick Lester is my name, alongside Arvin Palmer. Good afternoon to you, Arv.
Afternoon, Nick. Should be a good one. Better weather today. Calmer conditions, a little bit more heat in the air.
It's often blustery here, isn't it, at Roehampton?
Towels there.
Can get a little tricky.
Yeah, it can swirl around a fair bit. Yesterday, very difficult. I thought overall the players really did well to deal with the conditions. It was not easy to play in. Some high-level tennis.
Heads, tails, and all? Heads. How long? 3 minutes.
Some matches, isn't it? They're all three.
All 3 here.
So the gap has closed a touch for the Union Jacks. With that win for Heather Watson, that first win in the match tiebreaks. Couldn't believe that when I saw that this morning, having gone 0-7 up till now.
Yeah, that was certainly one stat that they wanted to turn around, and they've done well. Just narrow the gap.
Now this one worth a couple of points. Cam was actually out straight after Heather Watson's win. He was out sitting in the corner there, had his headphones on, almost seemed to be kind of meditating or doing something to get himself in a good headspace. But here is the 30-year-old Dan Evans, who's up at 28 in the world. We've discussed a fair bit about his position in the race, of course, prior to the lockdown. He's only just outside the top 10 in the race to London, should everything get going. He's going to hopefully put himself in a good position towards the end of the season. Good bounce-back ability shown yesterday against Kyle as well, getting his number yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely. That was a high-quality affair that match. I thought he did a lot of things very well, served particularly well.
2 minutes.
He was excellent in the forecourt. He was nice and aggressive from the back of the court, and he actually had to defend a fair bit as well, just the sheer fact that Carl hits the ball so big, and you have to be able to do a little bit of everything out there, and he played well to close that one out.
Certainly been the principal cheerleader this week, that's for sure, which won't come as much of a surprise for those of us that know Dan. Here's Cam Norrie, who's 77 in the world, 24 years of age now is Cam. And born, of course, in Johannesburg, spent much of his upbringing in New Zealand. Actually first played for Great Britain in 2013, having moved here. So he came here, didn't he, for a couple of years, but decided to go to the States.
Yeah, as a junior, he was basing himself here for a little bit. He was working with James Trotman at the time, but decided that professional tennis at that stage was probably not right for him at that time, so he decided to go to university, and what a great decision that was. Got a ton of matches in, he matured a bit, got a lot stronger, tons of matches of course, and some good coaching, had a good coach in David Raditi, head coach at TCU.
1 minute.
So he had really good guidance from him, and he's sort of burnt through that challenger level quickly, didn't he? What, 18 months or so, and he was through it and playing on the main tour.
Yeah, top 50 player, career high 41 in the world for Cam last season. You'll remember that final he made in Auckland, that first ATP final at the start of last year. What a moment that must have been for him, playing in front of his friends and family in Auckland. Beautiful event down there. And, he has put together an excellent career. You watched the match a couple of days ago. Dan was in charge. What turned it around for Cam?
I thought Cam played really well. I thought he was solid. You know, the cornerstone of his game, doesn't give much away. He moved really well. He was serving intelligently, using that lefty serve, but mixing it as well. Dan just missed a couple of volleys here and there. Double fault in the tiebreak, let a lead slip. Wasn't as sharp as you would expect, and Cam was very quick to capitalise, so thoroughly deserved the win. Indoors, that one was.
Yeah, and even more
Dan
impressive
Evans
perhaps by the fact that a month ago he'd actually taken a fairly severe beating at the hands of Dan, wasn't it? Dan was all over him that day, really.
Yeah, that was a tough afternoon for Norrie. He got Dan on a hot streak that day. He really didn't put a foot wrong. I think I remember it was a handful of unforced errors from Evans in that match, and he was dictating a lot of the play, taking time away from Norrie, but he turned the table somewhat a couple of days ago. He was able to be a little bit more aggressive and capitalize on a couple of errors from Evans, and played big points just a little bit better.
Ready, play.
So 2 points to this one. Norrie to begin.
15-love.
Go!
15 all.
Go!
Good length on the volley.
30-15.
Yeah, looking to come forward more and more, Norrie. Just adding to his game. These events are a perfect time to practice that side of your game.
Took his first professional steps in the summer of 2017, did Cam, having decided to leave TCU. Of course, Alistair Gray is currently at TCU, who's playing here this week. That's a confident start
Norrie.
from Norrie.
Sure. First game.
Let's have a little look at what he was doing well yesterday in that win over Jan Choinski, in particular off the serve.
Yeah, being a lefty, always very effective, sending that serve out wide on the ad side. Always a nightmare having to deal with that as a returner. Evans a single-hander, so getting into that backhand side is crucial for Norrie. And you can see when he's getting it nice and accurate, nice and tight to that sideline, he's winning a lot of the points there. When he's hitting his spots, when he's just a little off, then he is losing the point, and he's mixing it well with that serve up the tee as well. I think that's really important, not to become too predictable, especially from the ad side. Send enough up the tee just to keep Dan guessing enough out there where he's going to be serving.
Love 15.
He's been able to get that ball up pretty high on a couple of occasions already, isn't he?
There's going to be a contrast of spins that he's going to have to deal with. Evans off the Norrie racket, the backhand we know very flat over the net, stays low when it bounces, but those forehands getting up nice and high.
Was largely untroubled on serve yesterday against Kyle Edmund, as Arv was alluding to. But not so here.
Love 40.
Bit of a sluggish start so far from Evans.
Yet to make a first serve in this opening game. And it's Norrie that is out to a flyer. Excellent game.
2 games to love.
Excellent start.
Well, he continues to move really well. Yesterday against Choinski was covering every inch of the court. Free flowing once again today.
Love 15.
Probably by his standards of the last couple of years, had a slightly underwhelming start to the season. Did Cam, obviously, a couple of wins in the ATP Cup, took a couple of losses as well, but first round Auckland, first round on Australia, he lost in 5 to Pierre Gerber there. Went around in New York, that's first round Acapulco. Hadn't really hit his stride.
Yeah, I think this period of lockdown and playing some domestic tournaments really given him the opportunity to really work on his game and develop his game. And I see big differences actually. The way he's serving, trying to serve and hitting his spots. Also how aggressive he's being with his forehand as well, taking it on up the line a little bit more. Being more proactive in general.
Come on now, come on! Fight now, come on! 30-40.
How much does Evo's presence and his attitude get in a player's head, do you think?
Yeah, a lot. I think that's part of the game plan actually with Dan, is actually to try and get under the skin of his opponents and just irritate them a bit. You know, very vocal. Was he 5'11", 5'10"? I didn't think that. I think he's a lot bigger because he's got good presence, especially when he's coming in and being aggressive. Quite in position for that return. Normally a very reliable chip backhand return he has.
And do you think that sort of when you play Evo, how do you counter that? Do you know, I often heard the case that, you know, some of these guys that do like a battle, and Michael Jordan documentary was great, wasn't it? That talking about how he loved to engage in a battle. He wanted something to rile him up. Evo's not necessarily that sort of guy. He doesn't necessarily need, seems to me, that much to rile him up. But do you counter it by giving him fire with fire, or?
Well, I think that all depends on your own character as well. I don't think you can play outside of your own character. For someone like Norrie, I think he's quite understated out there. So there's no point in him coming out and trying to match him in that regard. I think you've got to try and ignore it, rise above it and not get sucked in, because I think that's what Evans wants you to do, and sort of start trying to match him. And that kind of adds fuel to his fire.
Very good start from Norrie, saves the break point. Things going his way here so far. 3-love, what a start.
And I think you just kind of let the racket do a lot of the talking. Because you could waste a lot of energy. Emotions are going to be going up and down, and wasting energy.
Okay. Do we have a spare microphone?
Building anything.
Oh, no, sit down. Judy, sorry. Thanks.
Yeah. It's just suggesting that he's got nothing to work with at the moment. Evans hasn't kind of found his game yet. The building phase of his game, not quite there. Just a few too many errors. Early stages, just the one break. He can still get himself back into it. And going back to that point about engaging with Evans in, you know, in this sort of scenario, I mean, it's almost like a Nick Kyrgios sort of situation, is that you kind of just want to keep your head down and not engage there. You just fire him up even more.
Again, such a well-built point by Norrie. Again, Norrie putting himself in a really good position. He's the one pulling the strings right now, isn't he?
That's what a breaker serve will do for you. Just express yourself a little more. Nearly made it because it came off the top of the net as well. Want to keep his eye on the ball.
Dan's only made 17% of first serve so far.
Come on, he'll give you a few. Come on. 30-15.
That's what we're talking about, isn't
Yeah,
it?
just loud enough that he can hear you. He'll give you a few.
Just such a pugnacious competitor. Always looking to kind of just deliver a little jab there. I'm afraid of that.
Yeah, more so in these last couple of events as well, because they've been very vocal and they've had the WhatsApp group chats.
Oh, that is so good.
Well, I'm not sure Norrie could have come up with two better volleys himself. Great reactions. Evo showing some real speed across the baseline and wonderful hand skills here. Whip that one cross court. That wasn't easy. Almost behind him, that one. Good wrist action.
Game Evans.
Well, he's not found his best tennis
Norrie
yet,
leads
but
by 3 games to 1.
he's found a couple of first serves, crucially.
Why is it passing? 15 love.
Oh, he's got that as well.
30 love.
Good shape to the pass.
Oh. 30-15.
The cut for Cincinnati was actually released yesterday, and a few absentees. Of course, a lot could change, but the entry list has been released for the event prior to the US Open. Cam Norrie some way out of making the cut, around 30-odd spots out for the main draw, but I believe it's going to be a bigger qualifying draw.
All.
Just pinning him in an awkward part of the court.
That's tough to pull off those sort of shots consistently from that sort of position. That's a tough ask for Evans, being able to defend aggressively with the single-hander. Norrie with the wind as well, blowing from his end down the court, so he can a little bit more on the ball.
Game Norrie.
That's a very promising start from Cam Norrie. Making life uncomfortable right now for the British number one, 4-1. Some work ahead of this man at the moment. Full credit to Cam Norrie, though. He's come out here and set his stall out early. He's come out to play aggressively.
Time.
Take time away from Evans. There's Faku in the background there, second from the left. Of course, he was part of the TCU team. In fact, he was a senior on the TCU team, wasn't he? I think when Cam first went there. As number one in the nation in America. That doesn't come easily.
$15 love.
Come on, here we go.
30 love.
No one he has made the first serve is yet to lose a point.
$40 love. 40-15.
It's a little tricky again. It's that end where it's downwind, and we've seen it quite a bit this week with the second serve. It does fly sometimes. It's a little tougher to control.
Game Evans.
So Evans
No release
reduces
by
the
4
gap.
games to 2.
Actually one of only 3 players who's 5'9" or under, currently inside the top 50. The other 2 being Nishioka and Schwartzman. Nishioka, it was in fact the beatdown, wasn't it, at the Australian Open back in January?
Yeah.
Love 15.
Hasn't had too many chances on the Norrie serve, so this is certainly a small opportunity. Something for Norrie to think about.
Not up.
That's. Ooh, I hope he's all right. Maybe just jarred his foot. Didn't look as if he twisted anything.
15 all.
Just walk that one off. A very good point there from Norrie, though. He had to deal with a very awkward backhand early on in that rally. Just got enough angle to that one.
It's a good battle of good court position, isn't it? And Evans
15,
taking control there. Hasn't had all his own way, though. Far from it so far. It's Kieran Vorster in the background. Donning his Baylor. Baylor Bears, is it?
Yeah. That's a bit of work for Baylor University, strength and conditioning. Former player himself, actually, back in the day. Played for South Africa.
$30-40.
The longest rally of the match, one of the longest rallies of the week, 21 shots. Oh, can you believe it?
New balls, please.
Don't think that class is an
Norrie
apology,
leads
does it?
by 4 games to 3.
Well, it was Norrie's ball that caught the back edge of the line, so he was just suggesting, well, I got my own back there with my own net cord.
It's your fault, this is. I have to look for a new fitness trainer if I lose.
Hello. Let's go down and chat to Judy. How do you control this guy, Judy? I mean, he's out of control, isn't he?
He's absolutely brilliant. I love him. I love him. He's such good value. He's got so much energy, and his chat's great. And I love the way that he plays, because he plays with so much variety. He's kind of old school, and that's kind of how I like to watch tennis and teach tennis, actually. So I'm having a great time with him. He's just told his fitness trainer that if he loses this match, he's sacking him.
And that slice backhand of his, Judy, I think it's one of the world's best, isn't it?
Yeah, it's absolutely lethal. I mean, if you look at how much damage Roger Federer has done over the years with that little chisel slice backhand, keeps the ball low, sends it short, takes players into areas of the court that they don't practice in very much, off a very low ball. You know, so very few players know how to really deal with it, and he uses it so effectively. But, you know, first 3 games all went with Norrie. Dan struggled to get into a rhythm right at the start, but he's flowing now. He's feeling good.
Thanks, Judy.
Cheers, Judy.
Go ahead, James.
Yeah, we have to check the Kieran Vorstra contract there, won't we, I think, of T's and C's. He is most certainly good for the game, though. Here's Dan. And we talked about it a lot, didn't we, in the initial battle of the Brits, but he's also at a stage in his life at 30 years of age where he's obviously made tons of mistakes, he'd be the first to admit that, but he actually understands who he is a lot more now, doesn't he, and how to deal with day-to-day things a lot more. Maturity.
Yeah, and I think he's truly fallen in love with the sport as well. I think early stages, I don't think he enjoyed playing that much. I think that the travel and the day-to-day work that you've got to put in, I'm not sure that he really kind of relished that. But you know, watching him practice, watching him train, you know, investing in his own game as well, going out early to tournaments, putting in training blocks. I think he truly loves playing the sport. So for the next, you know, 5 years or so, stays fit and healthy, I mean, he could have some major success, and that kind of suspension in a way could have been a little bit of a blessing as well, because he stepped away, he was forced to step away and kind of consolidate and say, okay, I made a big mistake there, and I think he realised how much he actually loved the game and loved the sport, and he's come back a better player.
Nice change up. The shot you were touching on. And that's a big shot for him, because obviously the shape of the forehand, it can go a little wobbly, can't it, the forehand swing, but for the vast majority of the time, especially against Dan, he's going to be covering the cross.
(40-15).
It's not being predictable with where your forehand's going. Being a lefty, you know, that natural shot for him is to hook that one cross court and use a bit of angle sometimes, and also try and power it through. It's been kept back a fair bit more today, as Evans yesterday. 35% of the points been played inside the baseline for Evans. That's outstanding. It's way down today, but I think a lot of that has to do with how well Norrie started this match, how solid he was, keeping a decent length. Yeah, I think it comes down to bravery for Norrie, using that forehand up the line a little more, and knowing that you can do some damage, you can really take control of rallies.
15 love.
James Giathamo, familiar figure in the chair.
Love. Love.
Super length once again. Norrie, you could see clearly see the shape that he has to his forehand over the net.
Game Norrie.
Brilliant game from Cam Norrie, just to steady things.
Norrie leads by 5 games to 4.
And the contrast on the backhand. Very low over the net, skids through the court. Get hold of the ball this week. It does go through the court. Slight miss it can sit there, so you've got to get that clean strike.
Yeah, Hawkeye telling us there's a 21-centimetre difference between the average net clearance off the forehand and the backhand side.
And the intensity, that was great. Really good.
Pretty laid-back looking group, that, isn't it?
It is, yeah. And Leon, I think, he's found the balance quite well, I think, this week, actually. Information that he's been drip feeding the players at the change events, kept it very clear and concise, not giving too many instructions. I think enjoying the better weather today as well.
Oh, we all.
Do whatever you can in the first serve return to find a way into the point, and then just use your running skills. Yeah. Second serve, just receiving a little bit more. Doing great. Come on.
Anton, can you get the bananas for us then, please, mate? Thanks.
Yeah, physically, Cam Norrie, without doubt, one of the best athletes, an incredible engine he has on him. One of his best, the most striking features of his abilities in this sport. To keep going, great athlete.
Time.
His parents were actually pretty good squash players, weren't they? Mum and Dad were actually born in the UK before making the trip over to New Zealand. Cam, as you mentioned, was born in Johannesburg.
Love. Thank you.
How well does he close the net?
30 love.
Just his drive forwards, outstanding again here. It's a little short with the return, but he starts right on the baseline. Nice finish.
Love. Game Evans.
First serve as well and truly returned, isn't it?
They certainly found some
5 games all.
rhythm now in this opening set. Excuse me, struggled early on.
Yeah, 8 of 12 have not come back when he's delivered the first serve in this set.
Good pressure from Norrie. The backhand was telling the one cross court. And really got Evans on the run. I didn't see that one coming. Good disguise to it. Expecting that one to be hooked cross court.
Definitely hit over a few more, isn't he, today, off the backhand wing as Evans.
Sorry. Let's second service. Let's second service.
A little short on the serve.
30-15.
Norrie and Evans quick to pounce. You do as a server begin to feel that pressure of Evans returning. So he's looking to press you for time.
Just didn't get the length on the return, did he, Evans? That was crucial. I guess the slight difference between Evans and Norrie is that Cam's a little more comfortable taking that ball on, isn't he? And actually feeling like he can move forwards off it.
Yeah, he got good whip to that, really attacked it. Got that ball up and down very nicely. You can't hesitate on a shot like that. You doubt yourself, you're going to either not do enough with it and just kind of place it in the court or miss it.
Game Norrie. Norrie leads by 6 games to 5.
So Cam Norrie up in the score here for the British Bulldogs. And I can tell you that the match has just finished as well over on the adjacent court. And it is a win for Jan Choinski over Liam Brody today. Straight sets. And the score, as you can see, it's just been updated there. Union Jacks getting points on the board.
Time.
So tight opening set. Cam Norrie getting off to the better start, but Dan Evans reeling him in. Already had 5 top 20 wins this year as Dan prior to the stoppage.
Love.
If it's fine there, you don't have to do that.
Did well. Fancy taking it out of the air. There's a bit of movement with the wind, obviously. Such a clever chip, that, isn't it, in terms of its position, because he knows that Norrie's going to be looking to run around the backhand. Just doesn't give him enough time, sort of goads him into it.
Game Evans.
Yeah, into the body, always effective.
6 games all. Tie break.
Nice and deep in the box as well. Stress-free hold. Tough one to pick, this one. This opening set.
Norrie.
Here we go, Nos. Let's go.
Tough one to take on from there, wasn't it?
Just cramped for space.
Norrie.
Almost forced to go in that direction because he couldn't take that one inside out. It's just too close to him. Tiny target to go for going up the line.
Come on.
2-1, Norrie.
Now let's go, Bulldogs.
It's when the ball's a little lower for him on the back end, isn't it? He just can't get it up and down quite as easily. Just doesn't have the spin on the ball. Such a feel back end, isn't it? So 2 apiece.
That's a super move forward. That backhand is made technically to take on a ball like that, though.
3-2, Norrie.
Very little take back. He just kind of uses the pace of the oncoming ball to redirect it like that. That's not easy. You've got to get that out the middle of the racket. You've really got to commit to the shot. Compact looking stroke.
Norrie 4 of 6 from the net so far.
Fair share of net cords for both. And there have been dead net cords as well. No chance in chasing those down. Naturally, you're going to be taking those slice backhands pretty low over the net.
Let's go, Bulldogs!
Well, I think they agreed at the beginning of the match they weren't going to say sorry if there was any luck or any net cords. No apologies.
It's all good fun.
Evans.
Let's go, Nels. This one. Come on.
That will frustrate him. He's just trying to get a slightly loopier forehand up the line. Isn't going for a whole lot.
So good from Cam Norrie. Had no business winning that point.
And he knew it as soon as he struck it, the big come on came.
5-4, Norrie.
Bar the wind knocking this off direction, he knew he had made that one. That is a great dig. If they're not able to do enough with the high backhand volley, they can be tricky. Get enough pace behind it, but that is a wonderful bit of skill.
Right back at you. 5-4 here. What a breaker.
Felt as if it was worth a bonus point. That previous point for Norrie, just maybe a little bit of a hangover for Evans in that point.
Set points for Cam Norrie here.
Six, 5, Norrie.
He's rescued the first serve percentage from earlier in the set, up in the mid-60s now, and another free point. And it's another set point for Norrie. Oh, so good from Cam Norrie. You've got to love it.
Norrie.
This is a proper battle. And it's Norrie that has taken the first set. It was good stuff throughout. On the breaker, 7 points to 5.
Good job timing those rallies.
Well, I think we kind of expected this one to be a good one today.
Fantastic.
Yes, it was superb tennis.
Yeah, it was going in.
So in.
Had to make the quick decision there, didn't he, Norrie, whether to play that backhand or not?
Didn't
And
he?
he did,
Yeah.
because from where we're sitting, obviously, I think that was just going to be drifting wide, but there's no way that he was going to take that risk. And oh, what a beautiful bit of feel there in the end. Doing really well behind his second serve, and first serve has been effective as well. Clinical on the break points, got broken back mind, so showed some good mentality there, not to get down on himself. And 8 winners and 4 points on that bed net. Very, very impressive tennis. Good fight from Evans to get himself back in the set, but Norrie just had a little too much there towards the end of the tiebreak. Good stuff. Good tennis.
Sunny skies above us here in the southwest London this afternoon. Another week of high-level competition. Oh, there we go. Where did they come from?
Anyone got a cup of tea?
Here we go, the Jacks.
Very nice.
Baked by Jodie, perhaps? Or?
Dan Evans looking to avoid a second straight defeat against Cam Norrie this week. He's going to have to do it.
Second set.
From
Evans to serve.
Behind. Set number 2. The British number 1 to kick it off. Anything you'd like to see Dan do a little better off?
Yeah, try and get up the court whenever possible, actually. It was just pushed back a fair bit, so court position a little bit more important for him in this second set, to take control of some of these rallies. It was definitely Norrie that was able to keep him back in that opening set. Start off with a better first serve percentage, as you were alluding to. He did kind of rescue that towards the end of the set, but it's a higher percentage to begin this set. Well, he was top drawer yesterday on the passing shots, was Norrie. He moved so well and was pulling off all sorts of passing shots towards the end against his match against Choinski.
30-15.
Andy there in the background just rubbing it in.
Yeah. Oh, that is phenomenal.
40-30.
Yeah, one big step across there. Left leg coming across the body, good balance.
Game Evans.
Well, it's going to need a response. It's going to need some sort of counter. Because Cam Norrie's playing at a very high level. And Evans has done well to win the opening game. Let's have a look at some of the analysis of that first set, and in particular what Cam was doing well on.
Yeah, kind of got the feel that he was more on top of the rallies, didn't we? I think showed a really good balance of what he does so well, rallying from the back, but also allowed himself to get up the court and be a little bit more aggressive. He certainly turned the tables on Evans. We're kind of used to seeing those sort of numbers in reverse. It's Evans that's up inside the baseline, being a little bit more proactive, but it was Norrie in that opening set that could get himself inside the baseline and finish a few points off at the net. He was successful in the forecourt, so definitely copy and paste for Norrie. The same strategy in the second set for him.
Last 15.
Come on! Come on! Come on, Nos. Here we go, mate. Here we go. Let's go! Here we go, mate. Here we go. Come on. Take a shot,
I think he just told Liam Brodie to go and get washed in the politest possible way. It's all water off a duck's back, isn't it, really? There he is, beaten by Jan Chowinski. He's gone straight out to support his teammate. Oh, is it good? It was, I think.
30-15.
We don't really need to be here, do we, to be honest?
Just mic them up and
yeah.
off they go. It'd be brilliant listening.
That's you.
Here we go, Lars! Come on, Lars. Here we go, mate. Let's go, Bulldogs! Here we go, Lars. Here we go, Lars.
got away with it.
40-30.
Evo was up to it quickly. Couldn't quite put him under enough pressure though. The dig here. That's pretty impressive though. Drive volleying that backhand.
Juice. Advantage Norrie.
A lot of swing to that. Bit of pace off it for accuracy and a lot of movement.
Game Norrie.
And there's that change up that we talked about earlier on.
1 game all.
Especially on that ad side. Really good stuff from Cam Norrie.
Love.
Former world #1 showing his support. Not going to see him in singles action this week. We'll be seeing him, sure, some more doubles play.
all. $30-15.
Leave it, Anton, don't worry.
$30-all.
Fourth double from Evans.
$40-13.
Strong start fit was needed as well, because Evans has certainly been under a lot of pressure. 2-1 in the second for the British #1 here.
Yeah. And also overhead press, I don't never do anything this way.
No?
If you see I press this way. So hammer press that way rather than that way.
Benefits
No,
of
got
press, it's like that.
Yeah, you got to be careful though. If your arms are in front, it's fine.
Yeah.
As soon as I go that way, because you jam your super spin off.
Yeah, when we press, it's like that.
I've been hearing you make those same jokes to people for the last 25 years.
Yeah. Remember when I bought Jeremy Bates a skull cap? Do you remember when I bought Jeremy Bates a skull cap? When he was a Davis Cup captain?
Has he ever laughed? has he ever laughed at that? I would never laugh at that. Very happy.
But then again, I would always.
I'll tell you what though, I think you can come out today.
Katie Swan, who will be up here a little later on, joining us for the big singles match between Emma Raducanu later on today. Jodie Burridge, should be a real good one, that one. Fourth match of the day on this main centre court.
Love 15.
He's really kept his level very high throughout his camp. Just caught that one a little late.
Love 13.
You just cannot afford any sort of dip physically, mentally against Evans right now. He is right on it.
Ali. What's that?
Love 40.
Here we go, Nels. This one now.
Just a little bit of a dip in his game here. Entirely surprised, really. The level has been so high from Norrie. He's just trying to take a little more time as well.
Yeah, Cam does like to play quickly.
Game Evans.
And he's missed it. Evans making him play.
Evans leads.
Yeah, Evans it
3
is
games to 1.
that has got the break here in this second set now. There's that unreturned first serve percentage. Pretty decent for Evans still.
Oops. 15 love.
To it as well.
Come on. Right now.
That is class. Body going one way and he's having to send the ball the other.
30 love.
Shaping his body, just to give himself enough space to play the volley.
flying now, isn't he? 7 points in a row.
40 low. Game Evans.
A break and a hole to love. That'll do very nicely for Dan Evans.
4 games to 1.
Is he going to send this match the distance? 4-1 in the second he leads.
Waiting 5 times, stop, wait, ready there.
Okay.
Can't do it. No, he's just saying that you're making him wait. For your clock. Yeah, but you can play to the clock, but you're going to play to his pace, the server, if he's serving. Yeah. Yeah. I know.
Both have a point, don't they?
Mm-hmm.
Evans asking Noi to hold up, but Noi can play to his pace though as well, being the server.
Hey guys, you got me? Does play very. Hey, Leon. Just trying to work out what that was all about. Just give us a sense. It feels like Cam's made some good improvements, Leon, over the last few months. Would you agree?
Oh, well, for sure. I mean, look, he did a great job when he came out of college, didn't he? And he burst through and made really rapid progress. But he's, you know, one thing I've noticed hugely from him is that he's surrounded himself with very, very good people. His work ethic I've seen firsthand, you know, during things like pre-season and how he conducts himself. He's turned into a physical machine. You can see that. I mean, he always had a really good engine, good endurance, but he's got more powerful. And that was kind of the thing he needed to add to his game was, you know, because he didn't come with a huge amount of weapons. You know, great heart, a little bit awkward game, being a lefty with that sort of flat blunt backhand, spinny forehand. He's added a bit more power in his game. You know, his forehand's gradually getting bigger and bigger as the years go on, which is good. And he's trying to be a bit more proactive. You saw in the first set, he actually came forwards really well. You know, so no, he's adding to his game all the time.
And Leon, I mean, it's been played at such a high intensity level. Is it just a case of, I guess, physically just having a little bit of a dip now from that sort of intensity that Cam was playing at in that first set?
Yeah, I think you're right. I think it's when these two. I mean, you should see these two when they're just doing practice sets. I mean, you know, they shove a little bit of money on it during pre-season as well, and it draws a crowd, and they go after it. So they like competing against each other. I don't think they're going to get bored of it, that's for sure. But a little bit of a lull. I mean, you know, that's what 3 double faults in the last couple of games, isn't it? And he didn't do a great job in the last game. He'll admit that. With 2 double faults against something like Evo, who's completely fired up, you're going to be in trouble. And yeah, I mean, Evo when he gets into this rhythm as well, he's pretty tough to stop, isn't he?
He is. Cheers, Leon.
Cheers, bud.
30-15.
Was a good one, wasn't it?
Well, you asked him a question, he kept the slice backhand low enough for Noi to have to hit up and go over the high part of the net. This is always awkward. He pulled that one cross court, in the lower part of the net, but Evans was covering it.
Well, he got in his grill, didn't he? He was right up, almost close to the service line to return
Evans
the
leads
serve.
by 5 games to 1.
And Norrie's broken again.
And the serve's just somewhat of an issue at the moment. 4 double faults now in the last 2 games. 2 service games from Norrie. Just lost a bit of rhythm, perhaps.
Love 15.
Why not? 5-1 down, double break down. It's just hitting out on that return.
Come on. 15-all.
He's won 31 of 33 points when he's made the first serve today. That is impressive.
It's
not too shabby either.
Pretty deep position as well. That is impressive. Well, he's definitely playing looser in this game off that forehand wing. Really relaxed. Gets the break here, quick hold, you never know. Get Evans thinking again.
Game Norrie.
Maybe too late to rescue this set, but it's at least
Evans
something to
leads by
work
5
with.
games to 2.
Norrie gets one of the breaks back.
You know,
5-2.
You go out with that intention. Sets the right message, yeah? That's great.
First serve, keep the ball just back, hands going
Okay.
too far from you. Yeah. That's all you need to do. Come on, Nos.
Keep being aggressive with it as well, huh?
Yep.
Just stems the flow that game, huh?
Yeah.
Come on. Good way. Really good.
For a minute, yeah. Is that right?
Yeah, I'll sit there.
I mean, you've been hogging the shade.
Wait, Judy, you can sit here. I'll sit show you.
I don't have a mess, but that's true.
Time.
I'm going to have another one.
There's one down.
So the team bench for the Union Jacks there.
Here we go. Come on.
Big
Come on,
game.
Evan, come on.
Winch has picked up a little bit as well in the last few minutes. Been a really good match this has. British number 1 against the current British number 3.
Love.
Used the wind this end as well. It's with the wind.
15 all.
Oh, he's done well to make it awkward, isn't he?
Always have to hit clean winners on the passing shot. Just get it low in an awkward position. Back yourself on the second pass.
And again, tremendous stuff from Norrie.
He starts with an excellent serve. Open up the court, the wide serve. Just pulls Evans out of position. And you got options to go back behind here, or you can just attack the open court.
Game Norrie. Evans leads by 5
Eating
games
into
to
this
3.
lead in the second. He's won 11 of 14 at the net today as Cam. He's taken that part of the court away often from Dan as well.
Almost matched him, hasn't he? And coming forward, Evo has come forward as well, and just a little bit more than that. Evans 13 of 19 in the forecourt.
Good stuff from Evans. He had to dig in. Was taking a fair bit of punishment throughout the rally.
Oh, that's just fantastic movement from Evans.
15 love.
Having to really scrap how he turned that point around and come forward, force his way into the net there. Worth the effort. Very much needed opening point there with Norrie with some of the momentum. That's a seamless move forward.
30 love.
Early with the strike, knew he was coming in, just ran through the forehand.
Here we go, love.
Come on. 30-15.
just a little long. Evans not sure, but too much on it.
Oh, what a time to get a free point for Evans.
40-30.
It's a godsend.
Release the pressure there. Come on.
Did he make it?
Juice.
I think he did. Evans can't believe it.
There was no call. It was a close one, yeah, bang on the line. That's what Hawkeye's showing.
Sustained quality throughout the course of this contest. It's been fun to watch.
Advantage Norrie.
He's the impresario of this event. Jamie Murray will be playing in doubles later on. Three straight games for Cam Norrie, who is right back in this second set.
Evans leads by 5 games to 4.
What an effort, 5-4.
No, wonderful effort. He had a little bit of a lull midway through the set, but he had to drag himself back up and out, and he has the momentum now. Just shows you it's just so important to never give up the ghost. That game at 5-1, he got the break.
Put it behind me.
Yeah.
It's called skill.
Great game, mate.
Fucking tank and try, fucking cunt.
Come on, Evo.
Come on, Evo. Here we go, mate. Let's go.
Apologies for the colourful language.
Time.
Really unhappy with how this set has got away from him here.
Love.
He's got to try and get his head back in the right place here, isn't he?
Yeah, the brain is slightly scrambled right now.
Led for service. First service. Love.
Aidan McHugh is involved on the opening day. busy actually working off court with Ryan Jones quite a bit, hasn't he? Noticed them doing a lot of work indoors over the last 2 days. Position to try and execute a lob from, especially with the shape he hits the ball off. Evans is already moving backwards for it.
Come on, Neville. Let's go. Come on, man.
Oh, Evans just holding his position in the backhand corner. I just wonder if that put Norrie off. Didn't put him off, coming forward, driving forwards again. And that's good play. I think if he had hung back there, Evans would have just kind of chipped that one back into court, got himself in the rally.
Excellent game from Cam Norrie, who has clawed his way back into this second set
5 games all.
in great style.
Relentless, huh? Relentless pressure. Come on now, let's go. Come on now.
Looking for a second win over Evans in the space of a couple of days. Having really been outplayed a month ago indoors at the Battle of the Brits singles event. Evans took him apart that day, really. That is superb. Really is.
Yeah, he's been outstanding at the net today. He's just grown in confidence in that area of the court. The art of being a good volley is being able to deal with those type volleys, full stretch, controlling the racket face.
Did actually play the British Tour event here, didn't he? A couple of weeks ago, won that one to get a few extra matches.
$15 all. $30-15. Let's first service.
One more. Thank you.
down the other end after that miss from Evans.
40-15.
Takes a lot to stare this guy down. He is one of the best competitors out there. Just loves this type of fight.
Game Evans.
This has been far from comfortable for him at times today.
By 6 games to 5.
But he's pushed himself in front. It's a slender lead he has deep in the second. 6-5.
Stuff, mate. Come on.
So good.
Couldn't write that game. I was trying to hold server for this set.
Yeah, but it's done, so...
He's yeah, he's not keeping that up. He's not keeping that up.
Forget about it. Come on,
Here we go.
you're in charge
Let's
now.
go.
His forehand down the line.
Yeah.
He's hit his forehand
That's my
well
set.
today.
He's just rinsing it. It's like my ball's got nothing on it. Here we go.
Give him nothing.
Come on, Evo.
Come on, Evo.
Here we go, mate.
Come on, this is yours now. Come on.
Time.
Good job, Evo. Come on, let's go. Here we go. Come on.
Well, he's certainly a guy you'd want on your team, isn't he?
Here we go, dogs.
Yeah, there's no case of dying wondering, leaving it all out here.
Keep going, dogs. Here we go. Come on, dogs, here we go. Great sponge, great back. Here we go. Keep going. Massive.
So Norrie serving to stay in the set.
Love.
It's been a useful shot, isn't it, for him?
Yeah, the one up the line, inside out as well. He's been pulled up the court.
All.
Good boy. Here we go. Let's go, another. Come on. Here we go, another. Go, Jack.
It was a tough ask from Evans to produce that shot with a drive volley.
Yeah, it's tough to time. Ball moving about a bit as well due to the weather. It was in a deep position. Got up to that one well and stayed down on the backhand.
30 all.
Very good acceleration through the backhand.
Norrie just beaten by pure pace here.
Extra whip to the ball. The use of the wrist there at the end.
Great second, boys. Great second.
40-13.
Missed them in 30 all ever. I've done that.
Here you go, Evo. Come on.
It's gone long. And it will be a second straight breaker.
6 games all
between these two.
Tiebreak.
Third straight one, really, if you count the final set match tiebreak, of course. They played a couple of days ago.
Yeah. 1-0 Evans.
Captain and Kiathavon, part of the Team Bulldogs.
Right to come forward, right time to come forward, shall I say.
1-1.
Evans inches from the back fence, done a very good job of pinning Evans back there.
The execution when he has come in has been absolutely top draw today. Look for it. He's taken that part of the court away from his opponent.
Oh, that is top class. Changing it up. Heavy kicker.
2-1, Norrie.
Majority of the time has been going into the backhand wing on the second serve, but using the kicker to his advantage out wide.
Well, that was an awkward half volley for Dan, and he didn't really do much with it in the end.
Just simply didn't have much to work with there. Return just softens him up here. Couldn't get the width, couldn't get the power, length, and well, Norrie just taking his time on that.
Norrie.
Oh, that's what you call spreading the court.
4-2.
Side to side for Evans. It's always been part of the game plan for Norrie to get his opponent on the move, stretch him out.
Exactly where you are. Be the boss, huh? Fire it up. Be the boss.
Be the boss. He has been the boss for quite a large period in this match. He has kept Evans at bay. He's not allowed him to quite play the way he wants to.
4-3, Norrie.
Six doubles for Norrie now. Puts us back on serve here in this breaker. It's just a little bit of light at the end of the tunnel for this man. This sort of environment, exactly what this event was made for. Oh, get out of here.
Well, I'm not quite sure how you found that angle from back there. That is exceptional. A lot of right hands just to drag that one cross court. That is superb.
One of the best returns you'll see.
Yeah, wonderful technique, nice strong split step and pushes out to his right.
What a hit from Norrie. Gives him the advantage again. Uh-oh.
There has been a volley he's missed. And it has been the backhand one. Didn't quite get low enough to that one.
And he's stolen it. What a point that is. How significant could it be?
6-5. Evans.
Well, nothing has been a lost cause as far as Evans is concerned. Brilliant skill to keep that one low enough, and well, Norrie just not able to do enough with the volley. Didn't get enough pace behind it.
What a breaker.
Let's first service. Six all.
Unable, though, to close out this second set. On we go, a six double for Dan.
The ball's hitting your shoulder.
Here we go.
Let's go.
Come on. Come on. Come on.
So very much still up for grabs here. And Evans has trailed in this match right from the off. That slow start, of course, going down 3-love fairly quickly in the opening set. Just wide.
7-6.
Haven't seen a whole lot of that this week, have we? That's a bread and butter forehand for him, really.
And that's a shame for him because all that good work he's just put in. Get himself in a winning position so quickly, snuffed out. Double fault and a forehand error.
Match point then for Cam Norrie. For the second time in the space of 3 days, Cam Norrie
7-6, 7-6.
gets the better of Dan Evans. The British #1 is beaten here. What a match that was. High quality throughout, high intensity throughout. And it's another win for the Bulldogs, 6-6.
Well, it promised much, and it certainly delivered. That was so tough to call, that second set tiebreak until the very end. What an effort that was from Norrie to hold on, to come back in that second set. Remember, 5-1 down, double break down, and he prevails.
5-1 down that game on returns.
And he'll look back at that game at 5-1, won't he? I think Cam Norrie just loosened up and just swung at a couple of returns. You can absolutely understand Evans's disappointment right now. Should have closed that second set out, and a tough way to lose that second set breaker. Forehand throughout for Norrie was superb. How aggressive he was with it, how patient he was at the same time.
We will see Dan later on. He'll be involved in some doubles, but let's hear from the winner, because Cam Norrie is with Abby Johnson.
Cam, it's not often that you face the same opponent twice in 3 days. Was that beneficial coming into this one, or did it make it tougher?
Yeah, it was tough. I mean, I beat him on Monday, so I had a lot of pressure on me, but I think we'd both been playing well, but it was nice. We were playing indoors on Monday and then managed to play outdoors, and I think for me, I like playing outdoors a little bit more, but such a battle out there, and I was kind of lucky to come through in the end, and I did well to come back from 5-1 in the second set, and played aggressive when I needed to.
Yeah, edged the first set, 5-1 down in the second. How on earth did you come back?
Honestly, I kind of just, that game I slapped a couple of balls and then found a little bit of confidence and served a good game next game, and then the pressure was right on him, and I just stayed focused there and then managed to edge him in that tiebreak. It was really tight. Both of us didn't want to give it away, so yeah, I was real pleased to get through that.
The British Bulldogs are well out in front at the moment. Did that help ease you a bit coming into this one?
I didn't really try to think about it too much, and I knew it was a big 2 points today for the team, so I just wanted to try to focus on my level, and I did that today, so I was real pleased, and all credit to Evo. He came at me strong in the second set and was throwing everything at me and coming forward a lot, so I was managed to sneak through there.
And just to finish, a lot of trash talking at the sidelines. How aware are you of that stuff?
I'm pretty used to it being in college, and I kind of like it, the whole team atmosphere, and Andy's talking to me a little bit there, and Evo's chatting away to my bench and my coach, so I think it's a good atmosphere, and it's nice to kind of not be so serious for once, and kind of usually tennis is pretty respectful, and I think it was good having the chat and everyone else getting in there and getting involved, and the atmosphere was good.
Well, congrats on getting another 2 points on the board. Well done.
Cheers, thank you.
Yeah, nicely played today, Cam Norrie. We've seen probably some, over the course of the last couple of days, maybe the best tennis we've seen from him this year for sure. Let's take a look at how it all broke down after.
There were so many areas of his game that was so impressive. He found that first serve when he really needed it the most. I think he'll be impressed with his effectiveness of his first serve, and yeah, the second serve, he did a pretty good job behind that as well. But standout for me was the amount of points that he won at the net today. I think that's an area of his game that last couple of months or so, since under the lockdown and the suspension of the tour that he has really improved. Forehand up the line as well. And he was playing the big points well. 3 from 3 on the break points. Deserved to win.
Best match of the week, that I think is certainly as far as the singles go anyway. In the men's game, really good tennis, high octane stuff. Pleasure to watch. Norrie winner again over Evans. More tennis still to come at the Battle of the Brits team event. We've got some doubles, mixed doubles coming up in a minute or two.
Can they use the bikes during play, or is that for changeovers? Oh, I see. Okay. First mixed doubles match of the day coming up now on centre court, and for the British Bulldogs it's Maya Lumsden and Dom Inglot.
And the crowd goes insane!
And for the Union Jacks, Naomi Brodie and Lloyd Glasspool.
Thanks. Oh, Kerry, didn't see that.
Yeah, that's why I'm taking this chair.
Well, a little bit of a subdued welcome for the mixed players out onto court. A lot of that just to do with what we've just seen. Everyone taking a well-earned breather, but not Arvin Palmer.
I'm back for more.
Who is ready to go once again. But yeah, I think a lot of players going to refuel, just digest what happened. It was a phenomenal match, but things will not slow down here. Just a few minutes to switch things over, and we've got a mixed up today. They're playing for 1 point. This one on offer. Brodie and Glasspool have already played together once this week, and they did pick up a win. Actually, Dom Inglot was on the other side of that. He was partnering Eden Silver. They lost that match in straight sets. So Brodie and Glasspool getting to know each other quite well. Looking to make it 2 from 2, but this time Inglot partnering Maya Lumsden. Glasspool and Brodie deciding to serve first here, get things off and running. So this is a look at the overall situation here. Union Jacks just not quite able to close that gap, but they're still within touching distance. Plenty of points on offer, but the British Bulldogs took an early lead on the first day and are still up by 11 points. This match is, of course, playing for 1 point on offer, but it could prove crucial. So many matches that we are seeing right now are incredibly close. Lots of match tie breaks. And the mixed doubles really so far this week has just been so thrilling. We had that huge comeback from 8-2 down. That was a Bulldogs win, taking that in the end. Although the last match for Brodie and Glasspool was fairly straightforward, as I mentioned. It was straight sets. Naomi Brodie, 30 years old, has had quite a chunk of time out because she hurt her ankle in October last year. She just rolled the ankle. It was a bit of a sprain, and then when she was ready to come back, that's when lockdown came into force, so hasn't been able to play much at all. It's been about a 9-month break for her, but has got some matches under her belt in St George's Hill. 7 matches in 7 days for a couple of weeks there, so been very busy. And she's partnering Lloyd Glasspool, just 26 years old, turned himself into a bit of a doubles specialist nowadays. And Arvin Palmer, they're a big hitting couple, these two, aren't they, Brodie and Glasspool as a pair?
Yes, and most definitely got dangerous backhands between the two of them. Brodie, she gives it a good old thump off that backhand wing. If you're not ready at the net, you better watch out. And yeah, certainly the backhand wing for a Glasspool, the more solid, but also can do a little bit of damage on the forehand, but the backhand is a more natural shot for him. He's a physical player, getting better and better all the time around the net. So hopefully they will combine well.
Just saw there on the graphic, his pet hate is Liam Brodie. I wonder if that's because he's playing with Naomi, of course. We've got the family situation, or just because Liam has been extra vocal this week and is, of course, on the opposing team.
Yeah, he certainly is the chief cheerleader You can hear him from courts away.
A couple of loud ones on the Union Jacks team. So let's have a look. Scottish #1, Maya Lumsden, just 22 years old. Doubles ranking down there, 1400 you can see, but in the singles she's up at 368. So she's been very much focusing on the singles. Still studying at Stirling University. It's her final year, but she has actually been able to play quite a lot of tennis. They've been fairly flexible with her attendance there.
Lloyd Glasspool, Naomi Brody.
She'll be finishing up
won the toss.
Her dissertation in sports studies this year. And out of the 4 of them, she's probably the only one who doesn't bring a huge amount of pace to the court, because she is, of course, playing with Dom the Bomb off.
Yeah, he's got some weapons. Again, the backhand is a strong return of his, and that serve is his major weapon. He's certainly made a career of sending that serve down. You can take the racket out of your hand as an opponent. And he's got real good presence around the net. Big wingspan, he's a tall man. I think stage name there, Inglot the Silverback.
I've not heard that one before.
I have not heard that one either. Fascinating fact.
He is known as Dom the Bomb, and that is very much his job when it comes to mixed doubles, is to pop in those serves at pace, try and set Lumsden up at the net. Let's just see Judy Murray having a little chat. So the first mixed doubles of the day, worth 1 point. Dom Inglot looking to get his revenge on Glasspool and Brody as they took the win against him just a couple of days ago. He's got a new partner this time. But I was chatting to him after that match, and I think he did take on the responsibility himself a little bit. So he'll be looking to fire things off well, but it will be Lloyd Glasspool who'll kick things off.
Ready? Play. Love 15.
This is the only match out on court at the moment, is court 1. Just waiting for the final match to start there. That will be coming up.
Love 30.
4 p.m, so just in about half an hour's time.
$15.30.
And for Lumsden, this is her first time out playing mixed doubles, so some adjustments to be made, I suppose, just in the first few games thereof.
Yeah, and playing with Dominic Inglot, who's a seasoned pro when it comes to doubles as well. Just takes a little bit getting used to playing with someone like Dom, you see. So she'll be feeling her way in, and they've kind of been thrust into a lot of these partnerships, haven't they? And you don't get the time to kind of warm up together or play any sort of practice sets together, because the matches come thick and fast and the pairings are changing all of the time.
30-40.
Well, already opportunities for the British Bulldog to take an early lead. It's a great return there from Inglot, just controlling that down low to Glasspool and off to a flyer.
Yeah, that's certainly his strength on the return of serve, that backhand wing. That's his favoured shot. Very strong forearm. He kept that ball out in front of him, nice and solid.
Yeah, currently ranked 53 is Inglot. He has been as high as 18. That was a few years ago now, back in 2014. But he's been pretty steady in terms of being a top 50 player out at the slams.
Dominic Inglot to
it's a
serve
tough
the British Bulldogs.
discipline doubles. If you're not quite in the highest kind of echelons of the rankings, it's tough to get into the big tournament, so you're having to drop down a bit, and that's what he's had to do the last year or two, just to rebuild the ranking so he can get into the bigger tournaments, get into the Masters 1000s and the 500s. You have to play the slightly smaller 250 events.
Yeah, and getting squeezed by the singles players as well, who might be keen to play. They're just closing the net down well there, Glasspool, dismissing that
Love
one.
15.
Yeah, if you're a double specialist, you cannot be afraid of driving forward when you're at the net. Can't ever afford to turn away. Top of the net when he took that backhand volley.
all. $15.30.
Oh, double fault. Offering up a little bit of a window here. Did pick up a title earlier in the year in New York, playing with Aysim Qureshi. Playing with him fairly consistently, but that's the trouble again with not knowing which tournaments you'll get into. You kind of have to chop and change partners a lot as well. Just, I mean, whoever you'll get in with sometimes.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, these events don't have qualifying events either, so you can't stick with your partner and play qualies. A lot of them don't. You have to just partner up with whoever you get in with, even though it's a successful partnership with Qureshi, but some of the weeks you might not get in, so you've got to split up and start all over again with someone else that perhaps you haven't played with before.
That's a sort of serve that Maya Lumsden will be saying, yes, please. A few more of those, that would be lovely. I mean, Lumsden is known for her hand skills. She has great manipulation of the racket around the ball, plays well at the net. So if she can get set up by Dom the Bomb, I'm sure she'll be feeling pretty confident. Clever return.
Deciding
That's
point.
definitely a returner serve that he can use more of on the forehand side, because he does struggle with hitting through it. So use that chipper, become really good at that, look to perfect it. Can then throw in the forehand lob as well with that grip. And then again makes the return and forces the error.
One game all.
Well, a couple of breaks to kick things off. Looked like Lumsden maybe just getting caught out with the timing of that switch, because obviously it's just so much quicker when you've got a serve coming from Inglot, return from Glasspool, then maybe she would be used to.
You can't afford any sort of hesitation either. If you're going to go, you have to commit 100%.
Brody possessing some pace on her own serve.
Let's first serve.
Oh boy, Maya, that's it.
That's a super return.
Love 15.
Oh boy, and a girl, sorry. Double bit too much.
I'm sure she doesn't mind. Cracking return down the line.
lovely close. The move forward there, that was crucial, that was key. Becomes such a much easier volley, excuse me, when you're that close to the net, you don't let it drop.
Maya Lumsden's had a career high of 250. That was just in October.
15-30.
And you've got to say credit to her all the while in full-time education at Stirling University. And as I say, they have been flexible. She's had lots of time off, but knocking on the door of slams there. Talking about singles ranking, of course.
Out. 30 all. $40-30.
Super serving from Brodie. That is so effective. When she went on that, it was such an impressive run all the way to the top 100. Career high of 76 in singles. That serve was almost unplayable at times.
Juice. Deciding point.
And this is the second match of the day for Naomi Brodie. She was out in action earlier on against Beth Gray. Didn't come out on the winning side of that one. Beth putting in a really fine performance there, and that was for 2 points, so an important match, and Gray coming through in straight sets.
Yeah, Gray's been the surprise package for me this week. She's played
Brodie.
fantastically well all week.
Brodie lead by 2-1.
So we get a hold on the board with a big serve out wide from Brodie.
It's just a quick drink, this one. Thank you.
Yeah, can't sit down, but Glassball and Brodie up 2-1.
Too much power on it.
You two. Well done. Right, all over her serve here.
Yeah.
You've got to be looking really dominate, be lively.
Yeah.
She's the one who'll be nervous.
Yeah, exactly.
She gets tight on her serve as well. When we played last week, she doubles when it next time.
Yeah.
Get her over.
You look, when he gets a good return in, that was a quarter, by the way. Yeah.
Direct advice from Judy Murray.
Yeah, get involved, get stuck in, get into their faces. Looking to break. Nice serve.
Yeah, they must be feeling good, as you say, so many of these pairings thrown together, but they've already got that win under their belt.
Maya Lumsden to serve.
Go! Go!
Love 15.
Well, Brodie did just mention the double faults for Lumsden. That shoulder getting a little bit tight. She has had a couple of shoulder issues hanging around. But actually, she had a big chunk of time out, similar to Brodie, actually, back end of last year with a hand injury. She had some bruising around a bone. Took quite a while for that to settle down, which is why she's just a little lower than her career high of 250, which was at that time.
$15 all.
But she says that the hand is absolutely fine, and it's just been the shoulder a little bit as she has got back into competition, that potentially causing her a niggle. Nearly knocked him over.
15-30.
Taking no prisoners there. I think that's always a good play. Any sort of doubt right at your opponent. So close to the net. Almost take time away from yourself.
That's a really nice return from
15-40.
Glasspool, getting such depth, forcing Lumsden onto the back foot, so she had to pick it up. And a couple more break points here for the Jacks.
Early signs of that strength of Glasspool's the backhand wing. He's had a couple of beauties now. Very natural looking shot.
Game.
Right off the left hip.
Glasspool Brody.
Well, you mentioned a couple of big backhands down that end, and
Glasspool Brody
strung a couple
lead
together
by
there.
3 games to 1.
The extreme grip that she holds on the backhand wing, but she can really flatten it out. A little bit of side spin to this one, in fact. Catching the inside of the ball.
Yeah, it can get awkward for her in certain positions, but when she gets it right,
Yeah, in that
just
strike zone, you
goes.
better watch out.
Just a little slow to pop up there, Brody.
Love 15.
That's a long way down for her. A long way up.
all.
Just starting to hear some of the support filtering back in. We got quite a few players out on court practicing close by. Some players refueling as well, but the Union Jacks bench filling up a little here. Got Judy and Greg.
Let's. First serve. Out. 30-15.
Just looking a bit more self-assured, the Glasspool and Brody combination. Did you like playing mixed style?
I did like playing mixed. I
Yeah?
just didn't play it that much.
Yeah,
Just,
it just happens so
during
rarely.
Wimbledon, really.
We didn't have an event like this.
40-15.
Yeah, it's only at the 4 majors that you get to play mixed doubles.
Yeah, even domestically, sort of, county week, county cups, all separated.
Game.
That's a super service
Glasspool
game from
Brody.
Glasspool, nailing his spots every
Glasspool
time.
Brody lead by 4 games to 1.
And they've got the early lead up 4-1.
Hit one unbelievable block. Not going. Clean winning block.
Even if she comes in, just test it. They're both up there, over her head. She can get up.
Time.
So having a little look at the practice session going on. Who've we got here? Kyle Edmund, Emma Raducanu. Who else can you spot? Do you know anyone
You
else?
can see Joe Salisbury at the far end, blue t-shirt.
Anton Matusevic was out there as well. So pressure on the Inglot serve now. Down a break.
Love 15.
I think Inglot's going to get a bit of stick about his smashes, because that was kind of the word in the back room after the mixed doubles loss last time. He missed it. I think it was 2 or 3 smashes, simple smashes in one game.
It just looks as if the feet got stuck there as well. Not much footwork going on. is a little unusual because he's got such a good serve. So generally that translates into having a good smash. Having said that,
Love
throws
30.
in the double fault.
Yeah, there's a lot of pressure, especially when you call Dom the bomb and there's all this chat about your serve. That's what you're here to deliver. If it starts going a bit awry, start feeling like you're letting your partner down.
Oh, that's beautifully weighted. Playing against the win there, so using that to her advantage.
15-30.
Yeah, this is super feel from Lumsden. With Glasspool on top of the net there, driving forward. Plenty of space back there.
Just not quite getting anything going on the serve. I mentioned it at the beginning of the match with the way that these two match up in terms of their game style. We saw that beautiful lob from Lumsden. She does need a little bit of time on the ball, so to be set up. She needs Inglot to find some serves.
Let's first serve. Game.
Well,
Glasspool Brody.
Seems like the smashing is getting in his head.
Glasspool Brody lead by 5 games to 1.
Off for Inglot. I think always moving forward onto a smash is slightly more awkward than moving back, but still he's not that close to getting it out the middle of the racket.
Yeah, 3 double faults so far for Inglot and a couple of missed smashes, crucially. It's a little bit breezy, but it's much calmer than it was yesterday. I don't think that is the reason.
Love.
Brody having no problems on her serve. I was having a little chat to her actually about her schedule, what she's looking to play. She was considering going out to Palermo to play some dubs out there. That tournament's next week, but she had to be there 3 days before she would be looking to get on site. That'll get something going for Inglot. So she was thinking, if you've got to get the practice for a couple of days before you play, you've got 3 days quarantine before because you need to do the antigen test. And she wouldn't have been able to play here, which she'd already committed to, so she ended up knocking that one on the head.
For players to consider when travelling right now, when the tour starts proper, just a lot of these players here this week will be making the trip stateside, and rules are changing so quickly and different guidelines. And when you're coming back from the States back to Europe to play on the clay, what the rule's going to be then? Do you have to go into quarantine? Does that mean that you can't leave your house? Can you not practice? What's your preparation going to look like going into the French Open?
Yeah, well, Inglot was lucky because he was in Spain not so long ago.
40-15.
Managed to just get back to the UK before the quarantine rules came into place, but I think he was feeling quite fortunate about that. Things not going so well for him here, as Glasspool and Brody have raced to a set point.
Let's first serve. 30.
Guided up the line. Early move from Glasspool. Just took the heat off the return.
Couple of return line winners in a row. Gives himself an opportunity to break back here. Just making Lloyd Glasspool think again. He was probably getting a little confident, looking to get involved.
Game.
And the set
And
still
first set,
wrapped up.
Glasspool Brody.
6 games to
By
1.
6 games to 1. New balls, please.
It was a very tidy and full of confidence set there for the Union Jacks. They take the lead.
Come on, guys. We've got this.
Yeah, no issues there. Looking very confident, comfortable. Plenty of breaks of serve. You can see 3 breaks of serve and 3 break points. So playing the big points very nicely. Some good serving numbers as well. It's just a case of keeping your concentration, keeping those intensity levels up nice and high, because things can change pretty quickly, as we've seen in doubles. The scoring format, sudden death, juice, and match tiebreakers the 3rd set. So very important for Glasspool and Brody to remain focused.
Great stuff, guys. Come on, just keep the energy up. First game, yeah? Come on.
Lots of positive reinforcement from the bench. Greg seems pretty confident they got this one under control as he just pops over to court 1, because another mixed is just about to get underway. Got Beth Askew and Cameron Norrie.
Second set.
For the Bulldogs, taking on Jamie
England to
Murray
serve.
and Katie Bolter. You can see them just over the back there.
Change up
15
there on the
love.
first serve. Already having to think about things, changing ends, serving, using the kicker there, just taking a little bit of pace off and letting the spin do the work.
A bit of eye formation, but once again, Lumsden just getting caught out a little late, I think, with the move.
all.
That time, yeah, a little bit more time and bit of a sarcastic celebration, I think.
30-15.
Yeah, and well, I like that he's happy about making a smash, but I'm going to be a bit hard on him here. It was a bounce smash. It's a lot easier than a smash.
Come on, you've got to
the
give it to him.
floor.
Don't take that away from him.
No, never. Come on. He could do better.
Yeah, never a bad shout, bisecting the 2. If there's any sort of doubt, through the middle is always a good choice.
That's what Brody does so well. A little bit of time to set up and just goes all out pace, drill it down the middle.
It seems to be working pretty well, that particular serve.
40-30.
Plenty of spin to it, kick spin to it. Brody not really sure what to do with the return there. Just try to bunt it in.
Yeah, she's trying to test out the smash, I think, just to be sure that he's got it sorted out. You never know.
Come on,
Game.
Well, that is the sort of game
Inglot,
that Inglot
Lumsden.
really needed to get things flowing
First
here.
game,
Good
second
serving,
set.
couple of smashes as well. And some positive energy now from the end of the Bulldogs.
Just check the cool box. If not, I know they're in the fridges there, Naomi.
There's Andy Murray having a chat with Jodie Burridge. They played
James.
some mixed doubles last night.
Dave, can you get somebody to
Didn't
just
quite
run
get
some
the win they
bananas to
lost
the
in
court
that
from the
final
fridge,
set
please?
tiebreak to Joe Salisbury and Emma Raducanu. It was so tight. Such a high quality match as well. And like you were saying, in terms of this, there aren't a lot of opportunities to play mixed doubles through the year, but I mean, there are no opportunities to really play mixed against or with an Andy Murray, for example. Joe Salisbury, of course, Grand Slam champion. I mean, it's huge for some of the youngsters.
Yeah, it's a thrill, isn't it? And the players in general this week, the younger players anyway, to get to kind of mix it with some of the world's best players, see how they train, get the opportunity to practice with them consistently over a period of time. Pick their brains, ask them plenty of questions.
And if you're actually playing on the court with them, say partnering them like Jodie Burridge was with Andy Murray, you can actually get an insight into his mentality in real time. But yeah, I wonder how that went down when Emma found out she was going to be playing with Joe. And that's huge. And then, oh yeah, and you're playing against
13-15.
Andy and Jodie. Dealt with it well and got the win on the board. Came back from
Let's not
set down.
forget, it's nerve-wracking, isn't it? Someone that you've watched win Wimbledon and the US Open and countless Masters 1000s, and all of a sudden you're on the court playing with him. It's pretty intimidating, I think.
Let's go! Come on! Let's go!
30 all.
Well, I have to say, Inglot has been one of the... I was going to say, he's been one of the loudest supporters for the Bulldogs through the week, him and Liam Brody. But with not many people around at the moment, because there's a lot practicing, a lot going on, he's having to support himself.
I know, he's wanting a follow-up from someone, from one of his teammates, but he was getting no love there.
Game. Glasspool Brody.
Yeah, the Glasspool serve just looks so
One
solid.
game all.
Let's do this.
Played in good spirits this week. It's good to see.
Yeah, it has been. There's been a lot of chat back and forth, everybody getting involved. It doesn't stop when the tennis stops on the court as well. They've got WhatsApp groups going.
Love 15.
I think Andy's been giving out a little bit of stick for the first couple of days, so when he took that loss in the mixed doubles, he had to take a bit too.
Andy has left the group.
Yeah.
He can give it, but he can also take it.
15 all.
Yeah, important for Inglot and Lumsden to just not fall behind in this second set. We're a little outplayed in the first.
Oh, I didn't think that shot was on from back there. That's exceptional. And that took everyone by surprise.
15-30.
How tough's that on a single-handed backhand as well? No pace to work with. A small gap to find. It was up high, it was awkward at the back fence. I wouldn't even consider that a shot. Beaten for pace.
15-40. 30-40.
Striking it really cleanly is Glasspool.
Brody. Glasspool Brody.
And that one a
lead
little
by
too
2
hot
games to
for
1.
Maya Lumsden, and they have got the break in the second set.
Dave, can you just ask James to get some bananas from the fridge out here to bring to court, please?
Some sustenance needed for
Thank
the
you.
players at this stage. Takes a lot out of you supporting all day.
The good thing for Glasspool and Brody is as if they've given the impression that they've been playing within themselves as well. They haven't had to really hit top level yet. Everything they're trying is coming off. The percentages are nice and high, just rock solid right now.
Yeah, they haven't really given much away. Been very tidy in all departments. The Brody serve has been firing. It is coming down from a height. Good hands from Inglot to pick that one up right underneath his feet, but maybe overran that final volley.
There was no panic on that final backhand from Brody either, with Inglot charging forward like that. He can so easily panic, but she kept it nice and low. She made it so awkward.
all. $30-15.
I don't think he's put a foot wrong here, has he?
He's been exceptional. Really has been very good.
Nailed all his spots on the serve. The returns have been great as well. Come up with some great off shots, some tricky ones where he's been tucked up.
I was playing with Dan Evans 3 weeks ago.
40-15.
Battle of the Brits.
That's another solid game on the board. And really, you feel like Inglot and Lumsden are going to have to try and do something different, try and really lift their level if they're going to break through at all. Does not look like they're going to get given anything.
Love.
Again, a cracking return from Glasspool.
Did a good job of neutralising the serve, did Brody, but Inglot remaining aggressive. The second ball.
Let's first serve.
Such a good close. Once again, just kept charging forward. Good reactions from Brody as well, getting involved there.
Well, 3 weeks ago, he wasn't using that chip forehand return at all, so he's added that to his game the last few weeks, which is good to see. Just getting him into a lot of rallies here. Very good.
Out. 40-30.
For me, that's the first real miss he's made
Go, Jack.
in this match. Just lost a little bit of concentration there, maybe.
Brilliant play there from Inglot, trying something a little different with the cute volley.
Glasspool
Cross court.
Brody lead by 3 games to 2.
Good hand skills and then opening up the gap down the middle and firing that one away. Important
Naomi,
hold that
the
for
break.
Inglot and Lumsden.
Here's the bananas.
Over on court number 1, it's 2-all. That mixed match, Jamie Murray and Katie Bolter against Cam Norrie. Back in action already, didn't have much of a break after that win over Dan Evans and Beth Gray. That one is worth 2 points. The match we are currently watching here worth 1.
So nice.
And lots of points available later on as well. That's the
Time.
last match over on court number 1. Play will be finished when that wraps up. Still to come here on centre court. Jodie Burridge taking on Emma Raducanu. That'll be the next singles up. Both of those players playing well above their rankings. Really outstanding performances from them. That's for 2 points as well. That's a big one. And then the final match of the day. Jamie Murray will be back in action with doubles with Dan Evans. Taking on Kyle Edmund and Joe Salisbury. That's for 3 points. That's why we got the big guns out on court. And that will be the end of game 3.
15 love.
He's starting to get something going, isn't he, Inglot? Definitely playing better. You can hear he's being very vocal. Lots of positivity.
Not for the want of trying. Well, Inglot trying to get some sort of momentum. Not quite sure what happened there. Just maybe just took her eye off the ball. Didn't see it.
Let's go. Come on. Come on. Let's go.
A bit of indecision.
30 all.
string 2 good points in a row here.
Tough to get the lob over. Brody dealing with that smash nicely.
30.
They just seem like they've gelled a little bit more. They, of course, do have the advantage of having the match under their belt.
Do both play a lot of doubles as well.
Game. Glasspool Brody.
Well,
Glasspool
keeping the
Brody
pressure
lead
on.
by
and
4 games to 2.
Inglot and Lumsden are running out of time to turn this one around. Need to make sure they secure the service game here.
Oh. 15 love.
No, sitting there, invitingly, got the full treatment.
Oh. 30-15.
Just like they're swinging freely, Glasspool and Brody. Maybe not on that one.
40-15.
Just lent into that forehand. Tough to get it out of the slot. She's got a big wingspan. I'll let rip on that. And that'll sting Inglot a bit, getting burned there because he actually went for the fake. He was trying to cover that line and did not manage it well.
Game. Inglot Lumsden.
They do come through the game unscathed.
Glasspool Brody lead by 4 games to 3.
Still down a break in this second set. So a little bit of work to do for the Bulldogs. It does feel like things are starting to even up a touch. Andy has been watching for the last couple of games. Might just pop over to court number 1. Update on the score, still on serve there, 4-3, but it is the Jacks. Murray and Bolter got a love 30 on the grey serve, so looking to crank things up there. A couple of service holds away from getting this point on the board for the Jacks. Oh, super work from Lumsden, just wrapping the racket around the outside of the ball to find that angle.
Something to work with here now. Bit of pressure winning the opening point. Often they've been playing from behind.
Love 30.
Two very good returns in a row.
So an opportunity here. I just couldn't quite get it high enough. It was almost caught in between. Was she trying to go for the lob or trying to drive it low?
Quick reactions.
30 all.
Yeah, just the perfect placement on that volley, isn't it? Just right down to the ankles.
Yeah, kept it out in front of him. A solid forearm, wrist as well. Contact.
Yeah, again, it's tough to get it away from Glass Paul at the net, but putting it up that high is not going to get it done.
Juice. Deciding points.
Well, that could be costly. Remember, it's only one break. Now they are break point down as well as game point up. Big point here for the Bulldogs. And again, Lumsden just did not know what to do with that return. And it was a very simple finish for Glass Paul at the net.
Brody lead by 5
They are
games
closing
to 3.
in on that point for the Jacks.
Love 15.
Not an ideal start. Exactly knowing what started the match.
Out. 15 all.
Tell you that it is already set point. No, it's not. It's set done over on court number 1. Jamie Murray and Katie Bolter taking that one 6-3 over Cam Norrie and Beth Gray.
30-15.
Could see what he was trying to do.
40-15.
That would have been very awkward if it had gone over. Nothing to work with there in Glot, but got the free point.
Game. Inglot Lumsden. Glasspool Brody lead by 5 games to 4. New balls, please.
So, asking the question, despite the heckling from Andy Murray on the opposite team, Dom manages to come through his service game. They've got it all to do here. They have had a couple of look-ins on the return games. It has been difficult.
Yeah, first point here coming out. Really crucial, looking for that first serve. At the net to try and help out. Always looking for that volley.
They also have new balls to play with, so it'll be a bit of extra zip.
Can be a good and a bad thing, can't it? If you're a little bit nervous,
yeah,
new balls can be a little
Wind
tricky.
behind you.
Yeah. Yeah, that's nicely done. Went with the sensible serve into the body. High percentage.
Yeah, and that's a little bit of slice on those new balls. It does just help.
Yeah, it
bit
zips
of the
through,
control.
doesn't it?
30 love.
Covering the net really well there. There weren't many gaps available for Inglot to try and hit through. Opted for the middle, didn't get it quite right.
$30-15.
It's a super serve from Glasspool.
40-15.
The rest of the team are happy. Judy's happy. Brings up a match point. Well, that'll seal it. 2 wins from 2 for Glasspool and Brody.
2 sets to love, 6-1,
I wonder if they'll be put in for
6-4.
another run out later on in the week, possibly for a couple more points. So a point in the bag for the Union Jacks, and also get the confidence boost of 2 wins over Dom Inglot. They come through 6-1, 6-4.
Yeah, becoming quite the team, quite the pairing, these two. Combining well, some big serving, some really good returning from Glasspool, especially that forehand chip return worked very nicely. Got himself into plenty of rallies, good volleying around the net. Excellent backhand returns from both. Really struggled to get hold of real momentum this afternoon. Inglot and Lumsden.
Sorry to have ruined it for you.
But that was due a lot to the other team because they played so well. It gave them very little to work with. Kept it very solid. Glaring mistakes. Played the big points very well. A lot more competitive in that second set, but couldn't create enough chances for themselves, unfortunately.
Normally I'd say no, but I need it.
Yeah, tough for Lumsden on her mixed doubles debut. Playing against a couple of strong doubles players in Brody and Glasspool.
Sorry if I put you off with some shite there, but...
No. I don't know what's happened to
Apologies
the rest of our team.
for that from Inglot. He wasn't happy with his performance. But let's have a chat with Lloyd Glasspool and Naomi Brody.
Naomi, Lloyd, good stuff. Naomi, what's working well this week, 2 from 2?
The cakes. I don't know, we never played together before, but both big servers, and yes, get along really well on the court and have the same idea of how we would both want to play, and then so when we come together it's working well so far.
And you're kind of neutralising Dom's serve pretty well, Lloyd. It's a couple of wins over Dom this week.
Yeah, Naomi's got this little tactic that we're not going to tell you until the end of the week, but yeah, we're reading it pretty well. I think he needs to change something.
That's fun, guys. And a good win for your team, playing catch up a little bit this week.
We're definitely playing catch up now, so it's going to be really interesting. We're only on day three. I'm losing track already. We're only on day 3, so we've got lots of time still to go and catch back up, but they've definitely got a head start, but we'll see what will happen.
Good stuff. Well done, guys.
Cheers.
Thank you.
I want to know what this little tactic they've found to
I
break
know.
the Inglot serve, because he's still sending it down at 125, 130, but looking comfortable. Plenty of breaks of serve. That was not the issue today. 4 in total. That is impressive. Some good serving numbers as well. First serve percentage. It's not as if they're rolling their first serves in, so serving over 80% of first serves in. That's pretty impressive to me. Errors out there from Glasspool and Brody, and certainly was solid today from both of those two.
So that concludes the play for the day session. Mixed doubles that time going the way of the Union Jacks. They are behind, but we're not even halfway through the week, so plenty of time for them to catch up and take the lead. Lots of points on offer later today. So the next match will be Jodie Burridge against Emma Raducanu. That's for a couple of points on the board. We will be back for that one coming up very shortly. Just a little bit of a changeover. We'll shuffle ourselves around in the commentary box. And we'll be back for that one. Jodie Burridge against Emma Raducanu coming up shortly.
So why are we doing the event? We are doing the event because we want to bring the best British players, men and women, together in one event, compete against each other, showcase the best British tennis talent on a great platform, and to bring live tennis, competitive tennis to the fans in the absence of major events at this time of year. Format for the week, 60 matches across 7 days. It's a race to 60 points. Individual matches will be worth 1 to 3 points, gradually increasing through the week till Super Sunday. There's a lot more points on offer. Team lineups are decided the evening before, then the order of play will be done, kind of like Ryder Cup, Solheim Cup, that sort of selection process.
I think it's a great opportunity which this tournament's given to, first and foremost, for the whole of British tennis to get involved with each other. You don't get that chance often. I think it's a great advert for British tennis.
With the younger guys, it's a good opportunity for them. I know if I was this sort of age or young, it's always nice to play up and get the opportunity, especially with the more top guys. Being in someone like Andy's team, getting to spend time around him. So it will be nice. It's also nice to see the different generations mix and all come together. So yeah, I think ultimately the idea of the event is just hopefully to have a bit more fun with it.
I think this event is such a wonderful opportunity for all of us, not just even the young ones, but also the veterans of us to be able to spend time together, for the veterans to see the new kids coming up, to spend time with them, and then also for the younger generation to maybe see how we go about our business, how we are on court, and just in general, I think to normalize everyone. I think everyone's just here to do the best that they can to enjoy competing again. I know it's the first time I'm competing since March, so I think there'll be a lot of enjoyment overall to be able to come together for this event.
Well, I think it's really good for the new generation to get to be with the British #1s. You have Joe Conta, who's been as high as world #4. You have Andy Murray, who's been British #1 and world #1, as well as winning multiple slams. So to have that experience, to spend those times with those great champions, is only going to make you a better player, and it shows you where you need to go on your path. So just by spending time with them, you get better as a player. So this event is absolutely brilliant that allows those youngsters to have those opportunities.
It's just great to be around the top players, like even if they're on the opposite team, just to learn from them and to be so close on the sidelines, you can see exactly what's going on. But yeah, I'm really looking forward to this week in terms of learning the experience and seeing some great matches and great support.
Credit to Jamie and Mary for putting it all together in such a short space of time. And, the players, having spoken to our team, the British Bulldogs, they're all very excited. There's already been a lot of banter on the group chat. And, it's unique. I'm still kind of getting my head around the rules. But I'm sure with each day this week, it'll get better and better.
I think it's great. I mean, it's been a very unusual time for everybody. But at the end of the day, the players want to compete. They've trained really well. I think it's been a brilliant environment. They've practiced really well together, and it's been great that way. But there's something different when it comes down to matches. We've seen that across some of the tournaments over the last sort of 4 or 5 weeks, and I think what Jamie's put together is very unique, bridging the men, the women, some of the younger players together. I think it's really exciting.
Yeah, I think, it's another great idea of Jamie's, and it's modelled on the Ryder Cup. I mean, he loves golf and he loves the Ryder Cup. I mean, as a family, we love team competition. So, for him, he understands completely how everybody needs matches. And this is a way to bring the best of British together, the men and the women. I mean, tennis is in a unique situation to be able to do that as a combat sport, where you can have obviously mixed doubles and you can be part of a team together. So I think it's a great idea. I think it's great to give the fans at home something to watch. I mean, everybody's been pretty starved of course, live competition at a time of the year when we would have been saturated with wonderful grass court tennis.
I would expect, my mum's very kind of, I think, diligent in terms of the preparations and everything. When she used to do stuff with me, it was lots of video analysis. She was quite very into the tactical side of things, and I think maybe Greg, because he played at such a high level, will probably understand more the psychological side of it and the mindset and things. So hopefully it'll be a good mix. But yeah, I've not been on the court like this with my mum for a really, really long time. So who knows how that'll turn out.
Yes, a family affair for the Murrays, ensuring they're all on the same team. I'm fairly certain that was deliberate. And we've got some nice sunshine to greet this next match. I think for a lot of people pegged as the match of the day, I am certainly keen to see how this one unfolds. Emma Raducanu and Jodie Burridge playing for a couple of points.
First onto court, please welcome Emma Raducanu. Closely followed for the Union Jacks by Jodie Burridge.
Well, another subdued walk-on, I think. Not too many team members around. I think still recovering from the Evans-Norrie match just a little while ago, grabbing some food, refueling. But this one could be just as interesting. We had such a high-quality match between Cam Norrie and Dan Evans. It was Cam Norrie who came through and got the win for the Bulldogs. This one also worth a couple of points. And both of these players have been outstanding over the past few weeks, and particularly through this event. Just getting a shot of captain Anne Kyothevong. She's out there to work alongside Emma Raducanu. She's already been on the bench alongside Emma once already. Emma picking up a big win against Katie Bolter. That was straight sets. Raducanu representing the Bulldogs, who have an early lead, but we're not even halfway through the week. Jodie Burridge herself got a huge win, of course, over Jo Konta, again in straight sets. So both of these players playing far above their ranking, looking really good.
The towels are at the umpire's bench.
And it is a tough one to call. So alongside me, I will have Katie Swan in just a moment, but why not enjoy some blue sky? Just confirmation now of the overall match score, the British Bulldogs against Union Jacks. 22-12. It feels like they've got quite the lead, but as I say, they're not even halfway through the week, and plenty of points available even just through the rest of today, let alone the rest of the week. So all to play for. James Kyothevong in the chair for this one. We've had quite a lot of wind through this week, but it has been just relaxing a little today. Still a bit blustery, but shouldn't be causing too many issues for these players. As I mentioned, worth 2 points this singles match. Well, the Union Jack flying strongly today as they are just nudging towards closing the gap. You can see we've got a couple of youngsters out on court. 21-year-old Jodie Burridge, current ranking of 289, but as you can see, has been just knocking on the door of getting into Grand Slam qualifying. It has been an excellent year for her, but she really has been hindered by injuries throughout her career so far. I'm alongside Katie Swan, who knows Jodie Burridge very well, of course. British Fed Cup player Katie Swan. What do you think about this matchup, and what has Jodie been doing so well over the past couple of weeks?
I think this is going to be a really interesting match. You know, both of these girls are coming in with great wins on the first day of this competition. And Jodie especially she's just got so many matches under her belt in the past few weeks. And just looking like she's gained so much confidence. I think she's done a lot of work over the lockdown period physically. You can really see the difference, just the way she's moving around the court and being able to stay fit for all those matches. And I think, yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see who comes through this one, because they both have big games. They'll both be looking to get the first strike in.
Yeah,
and yeah, looking forward to seeing how this pans out.
That's all right. Yeah.
Well, she'll be taking on Emma Raducanu, just 17 years old, but she's been making some big moves. She picked up her first $25,000 tournament not so long ago. That was in India. Actually, that was in Pune. That was where I won my first tournament. So we got that in common. Share a love of Pune.
Never actually been to India before.
It's a good one. You should go play. You should go and give it a go. But for Raducanu, she really has been playing so well as well. Come out of lockdown looking fresh, looking ready to go. Because again, she hasn't had really major injuries to deal with over the last few years like Burridge has. But she's had a lot of niggles. She's had to withdraw quite a few times over the past 12 months or so. But seems like she's fit and healthy, fresh and ready to go. I suppose it's part and parcel when you're growing, and something that you know about well, Katie.
Yeah, definitely. You know, she's also been focusing a lot on her school, so she hasn't been competing maybe as much as she would like. She's a really good student. She was actually studying a lot when we were at Fed Cup. She was spending all her spare time just in the room doing her work, so she's definitely committed to that. But yeah, she has definitely struggled a little bit with injuries, but she's looking really good now. Just like Jodie as well. They both look fit and ready to go.
Well, I just took a little look at the head-to-head there. Burridge taking the win. 4 in the third, though. That was just last year in Bolton at the 25K there. Burridge with a little more experience than Emma Raducanu, but they've both got game, both got a lot to work with, and bright futures ahead. James Kjotevong in the chair, of course.
Emma Raducanu won the toss and chose to
in the
serve.
captain's seat for the British Bulldogs. I'm sure there'll be no bias whatsoever.
Definitely not with
Possibly
with
the
Judy
other way.
there. Yeah.
Exactly. Judy in the, well, not quite in the corner just yet. She's doing her ball girling duties.
Time.
So really looking forward to this match. Burridge against Raducanu, arguably two of the performers so far this week. Both playing some of the best tennis that they have played, and as Katie was mentioning, Burridge really coming out of lockdown as a better player, a more complete player, really using that time to her advantage. Lots of improvements that she's made. And it is such a fabulous setting here at the National Tennis Centre in Roehampton.
One ball behind the cooler. Thanks.
We've got Colin Beecher on the bleachers for Jodie Burridge as well. Done plenty of work with her at JTC. But it'll be Emma Raducanu
First
to
set,
kick things
Emma
off.
Raducanu to serve.
A singles
Ready,
match worth 2
play.
points.
Love.
And there are lots of similarities, I think, in the game between these two. Lots of differences as well. It's not to say they play in an identical way, but both looking to favour the backhand, Katie?
Yeah, I think so. And both of them have got very strong backhands.
Out. 15-all.
Also, both of them have big first serves. They'll be looking to use that a lot to set up the point well.
Very
good pace coming down the middle of the court. Very common return in the women's game. I'll just update you before things really get underway here on the mixed doubles going out on court 1. That is worth also 2 points. It was Jamie Murray and Katie Bolter who took the first set 6-3 for the Union Jacks, and it's 3-all in the second. They're taking on Cam Norrie and Beth Gray of the British Bulldogs. Now looking for the drop shot there, Raducanu, but just not quite getting enough bite on the ball. Burridge with plenty of time to show off her much improved movement.
Yeah, that's definitely something that Emma's been working on as well, is just adding more variation to her game, though that one didn't quite pay off.
A couple of opportunities early here for Burridge to try and make her mark and snatch the break. And Raducanu, she does have a big serve, but in her previous match, when she took on Katie Bolter, her first serve percentage, particularly in the first set, was very, very low. But when it did go in, it looked a little bit like that, and she was winning a huge amount of points behind it. I think at one point she'd hit 5 aces out of the 8 first serves she'd made into the court. So it is such an effective shot. And actually, even though it was really low, it didn't really feel like she got burned for it at all. Managed to boost that up in the second set. Such a good return there, straight down the middle, but just across the body, going into that right hip. Makes the off shot really challenging. Burridge earning herself another break point. I have to say, her returns through the past few weeks have been outstanding, particularly when she was taking on Jo Konta.
Game Burridge.
It's a huge return once again from Burridge. A little in the slot from Raducanu, possibly wanting to keep her percentage up high. Burridge capitalising.
Yeah, I definitely think that's one of the things that Jodie's improved a lot over the past few months, is that return. She just seems to be a lot more consistent, and consistently getting that depth as well through the middle. It's such a very difficult shot to play off when it's coming so fast and deep, because you don't have any angle to work with.
And that backhand of Burridge, she can crack on the return, she can really hit winners from anywhere off of that wing. Is that something that she's always had from a really young age, and it's just always been with her, or is that something that she's had to learn and work on?
I think a bit of both. You know, her backhand has always been her strength,
Burridge to serve.
but I definitely feel like it's improved and gotten a lot more consistent recently.
Let's for service.
Well, Captain Judy Murray was praising the serve of Jodie Burridge as well, how much that has improved over the past year. It's been enjoyable to watch Burridge out on court. Go!
Love.
Both of these players really like to assert themselves on the point, like to stay up the court, get the first strike in. It's going to be a bit of a wrestle as to who can do that first.
all.
I think Emma will be looking to really put a lot of returns in play at the start. Just Jodie's big first serve, you really want to be neutralising that, making her play as much as possible.
Go! Go! God, taking a big swing at that second serve return. They both really like to get on the second serve as well, so you got to be careful about it going in the slot. Raducanu from Kent, Bromley in fact, my neck of the woods. She's a local. So the first time I saw him, it might have been even earlier than you, because she must have been about 8 or 9 years old when I first saw her play a match.
Yeah, that's definitely, way before I knew her actually.
Tearing up the minis, just that circuit.
The green ball.
Oh, she was so good at the green ball. Currently in charge of the Raducanu game is Mark Petchy, relatively new appointment for her. Also has a travelling coach, Matt James. getting on that second serve. But she's been left to her own devices a little bit this week because I think both of them are on holiday.
Well, that's good that she has the support of her teammates and Anne, Fed Cup captain, on the bench with her. This will be a great experience for her because she's definitely going to be in the Fed Cup team a lot in years to come.
Break point chance for Raducanu. Yeah, just a little look at the mark there. Thought that might have drifted along. No call from Hawkeye Live.
Advantage, Burridge.
She can go anywhere with that shot. It's so smooth. Difficult to tell which way she's going as well because she doesn't really over-rotate for the cross court.
Game Burridge. Burridge
serving her way out of that game. And it's just kicked off really where she's left off. All of the matches she's played, she's kind of maintained this level. And when she was playing against Jo Konta a couple of days ago, she was playing really well, of course, but it didn't feel like Jodie was redlining or that it was a level that she couldn't sustain for the whole match. It looked quite comfortable. It looked like the new Jodie.
Yeah, I think it's definitely helped her having so many matches under her belt.
Love.
Yeah, she didn't look out of her depth at all. I know she mentioned that she was quite nervous to go on to play Jo because I don't think she's ever played someone that highly ranked.
No, I think that the highest ranking she'd play was a long way away from world number 14.
Here we go, Dad!
15-all.
And you just don't get that opportunity all of the time, do you? I mean, Jodie Burridge has not been in the Fed Cup team, so she hasn't had the chance to necessarily be around Jo so much and practice with her. And in the Challenger events, you're not going to be playing somebody in the top 20. Off the back foot, down the line winner.
15-13.
Yeah, it's been quite a jam-packed week for Jodie. As we mentioned, taking on Jo Konta and then playing a bit of mixed doubles with Andy Murray last night.
Yeah, it's been such a good experience for all these players, I think. You know, getting to play against the top girls of your gender, but also to have the experience of playing with someone like Andy and just learning from him.
30-all.
She's just started sharper here, Burridge. Finding the baseline off that backhand once again.
30-14.
And based on what we've seen just in these first few games, I'd say Raducanu needs to keep it away from that backhand and sharpish. 4 backhand winners from Burridge already. That one an unreturnable.
Juice.
She needed that one.
Here we go, guys.
Advantage, Baric.
Just a little late on that contact there, Raducanu. Maybe beating a bit for pace.
Juice.
Raducanu winning the battle of the backhands cross court on that occasion.
Advantage, Raducanu. Game.
Yeah, just catching Baric off balance there, and she just couldn't quite regain it.
Baric leads by 2 games to 1.
And Raducanu gets on the board. Still a breakdown, but it's only 2-1. So just to update you with the
no sit down, yeah?
noise
no sit down,
that we
Jodie.
can hear
Thanks.
over on court number 1. Cam Norrie and Beth Gray just took the second set, 6-4. So it's a set all heading into the champions tiebreak. Over there, Jamie Murray and Katie Bolter playing for the Jacks. So Katie, you've been around a little bit this week. You've been watching some of the action. Is there a particular team that you would have liked to have been a part of? Is one team more fun than the other?
Oh, I can't comment on that. I have a lot of friends on both teams, so I don't think anyone would be happy if I answered that.
Is one team better than the other? Do you have a strong favourite? Would you like to be on the winning team?
I honestly think they split the teams very evenly. It's gonna be tight. I mean, the Dogs obviously have a lead at the moment.
Love 15.
You haven't found yourself clapping for one team more than the other?
I found it hard not to actually clap during the Evans-Norrie match, to be honest. I was sat with Katie Bolter and I just really wanted to get involved. It was hard not to.
Oof.
15-0.
Both hands go up in apology there. Very dead net court. Barry's just walking around with quite a lot of confidence here. Looks like she's got this one under control in the early stages.
Let's first service.
Jodie Burridge has been working out of JTC, as I mentioned earlier, just down the road from here actually in Chiswick, but they do spend a lot of time here at the National Tennis Centre using the facilities. Plenty of courts available, so why not? Heading up her programme is David Felgate. He's my old coach, so...
Yeah, mine too.
Of course, yeah. We know she's in safe hands.
$15-30.
This week has Colin Beecher helping out. Got a lot of matches under her belt at the Progress Tour. Reached the final there. So we get a shot of Colin. lost out to Katie Bolter, but it was such a tight match. 3 sets. She was serving for the match in the second. Maybe just got a little nervous. Didn't have a lot of juice left in the legs. She'd played an awful lot of tennis.
15-14.
Huge return from Raducanu. Earning herself a couple of breakpoint opportunities here. 88 miles an hour, that one dismissed for.
Yeah, she looked like she knew she was going to do that before the serve even came, and she executed it really well. I've seen her a few times already revert to the slice forehand return. Wonder if that's a tactic she made with Anne pre-match to kind of mix up Jodie's rhythm a little bit.
Game. Raducanu.
Yeah, frustrated with that game.
2 games all.
Feels like she gave Raducanu a couple of looks at some big swings. And so we're back all square here. Yeah, also know, working with Mark Petchey, Emma was telling me earlier this week that he's pretty keen on just improving her variety, giving her a couple of extra dimensions. Looking to use the drop shot. She's got great movement around the court, and she's got good skill on the ball, so she's got the potential to do that.
Love.
Well, a couple of errors just creeping onto the racket of Burridge now.
Love.
Raducanu's starting to find a bit of confidence now in her range. Doing really well behind her first serve, Raducanu. 73% of them she's converting. It's a great return though from Burridge. Struggling on the second, hasn't won any yet.
That's a similar stat to what we saw when Jodie played against Konta the other day. I'm pretty sure at the end of the match, Jo didn't win 1 point behind her second serve, which just shows how aggressive Jodie's trying to be on that second serve return.
40-15.
Yeah, I think it's just not quite going her way. It's a sort of shot we haven't really seen Burridge missing in recent times.
Out. Game Raducanu.
So Raducanu coming through that service game a
Raducanu
little
leads
more
by 3
comfortably.
games to 2.
She just nudges herself out in front for the first time here in this matchup, 3-2.
To make a big one early in the rally if you're not in a position to do it. Go play for a bit, make her play. You'll get the short ball. Yeah, there's nothing in it. You're hitting the ball great. Just be a little bit smarter with it.
Judy Murray with a few words of wisdom for Jodie Burridge, and she's just whipping on her headset, and I think we can just have a quick chat with Judy once she sorts herself out. Hi, Judy.
Put it on back to front.
We'll get used to it by the end of the week. So just a little word out here, Burridge and Raducanu, 2 young players. They didn't feature in your Fed Cup team a few years ago, but I'm sure you would have seen them as a welcome addition.
Yeah, absolutely. I've seen them in junior events. I had Jodie with me in one of the Maureen Connolly trophies at Eastbourne, so I saw her a good few years ago as a junior, but really impressed with the improvements in her serve and forehand particularly, and of course in her fitness. So I think she's got a big, powerful game from the back of the court, and Raducanu is, I mean, she's so young. She's a fabulous prospect. You know, if she does the right things and keeps working hard with a great attitude, I would have very, very high hopes for her.
Well, they've both got big weapons off both sides. Is this as simple as getting the first strike in? I heard you just talking to Jodie saying she needs to be a little bit more patient.
Yeah, absolutely. She started off like a train, and then, you know, sometimes when they go bang, 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 they almost like just try to out-hit each other, and sometimes you've just got to put a little bit of spin on, go for the margins when you're out of position and wait for the right shot. So yeah, they're very similar, and yeah, I'm actually very interested to see how this one turns out, who handles it the best.
Thanks so much, Judy. Hope
No
you
worries.
enjoy it. We are. Burridge really taking on the advice from Judy Murray there, telling her to be a little bit more patient. She will get the ball to attack, and that time working well. Kyle Edmund on ball duty. Super return from Raducanu, all over that short second serve and just walloping it away into the corner. Adding pace to the serve coming at her.
Led for service.
And Katie, Judy was talking there about being a little bit more patient and not getting sucked into that bang-bang sort of thumping match from the middle of the court. How difficult is it to make that adjustment? Because it's something that happens quite often.
Yeah, it's really common in the women's game now, as everyone just has so much power, and they love it when it's in the slot, you know, between the waist and shoulder height, and it's becoming bigger and bigger, you know, for girls to mix up their game, and you see it now at the top of the game. Ash Barty is world #1, and the variety she has in her game is amazing.
Love.
Yeah, if you'd have said 10 years ago that a game star like Ash Barty was going to be #1 in the world, I don't think many people would have believed you. WTA Tour has been about power for such a long time.
Love.
But even some of the power players that we're seeing come through now have that element of variety. So somebody like an Andreescu plays quite a lot of drop shots, does throw in the slice, but ultimately her game from the back of the court is powerful.
Yeah, that's something I've noticed as well. I obviously played her in juniors a few times. Yeah, it's something she's really added to her game, is all the variety, which is clearly shown in her results.
Love.
That's the sort of error that in that chat with Judy Murray for Burridge, she needs to be a little careful of. She's trying to come up with something out of nothing, really. It was a deep ball from Raducanu down the centre of the court. Not really something that Burridge would be looking to attack with a low risk. Yeah, you could see what Raducanu was trying to do there, but just not getting quite enough bite on it.
That's the thing when you're working on variation in your game, is you just have to try. Sometimes, even if it doesn't work, you know, that's the way you're going to improve it. It's just by having a go and, you know, learning from the mistakes. If you make them, just that one landed a bit too deep, but it was the right decision.
Game Raducanu.
And a lovely service game
Balls,
wrapped up.
please.
And Raducanu, much like she did in the
Raducanu
mixed
leads
doubles
4 games to
last
3.
night, growing in confidence. Seems like she's found her range, and a lot of anticipation around this singles match. She's up 4-3. Well, you may have heard a little bit of noise coming from just next door. Match point all the way to 10-8 in the final set. A super return from Beth Gray, and then finished off by Cam Norrie to take the win for the Bulldogs, and a couple of points notched up as well, all the way to the wire. We have had our fair share of match tie breaks this week. Gray and Norrie coming from behind. So you can see there, top right corner is the updated point tally. 24 for the British Bulldog. They have a lead of 12 over Union Jacks. Out on court right now, it is Emma Raducanu in your picture representing the British Bulldogs, taking on Jodie Burridge for the Union Jacks. We've exchanged a couple of breaks, but we are on serve here at 4-3. And the support has greatly increased from both sides after the doubles is wrapped up, because that's the end of play over on court number 1.
Yeah, I have a feeling it's going to be getting pretty loud over on this court very soon.
That's the way we like it.
Dirty love.
Who's got the best young up-and-comer? That's what this match is about. Well, Dan Evans in the house. He has been, I think he's been the loudest supporter. He's definitely been the loudest supporter on the Jack side of things. He's been out for every match he possibly can. It's a great serve there from Burridge, just cleaning that centre line. And I think a little bit of support is going to really help Burridge, because she was just starting to lose her way a touch with the unforced errors.
Yeah, and she has such an accomplished team on her bench to really help her boost her confidence and try to get through this tie.
You
can see there she's got a couple of ankle braces on. I'm sure she'll be wearing those for the rest of her career. Quite a few ankle issues, 3 major problems.
Game Burridge.
Lovely carving serve out wide. But it's been a really tough thing for her to deal with, because every time she just felt like she was getting going, she would somehow sprain her ankle once again.
Yeah, I was actually with her when she did one of them. We were playing in the Junior Fed Cup in Madrid, and we were playing a deciding doubles against Canada, and she went for a wide ball and rolled it, and I think that was the first time she did her ankle.
Yeah, tough with doubles, doesn't she? End up in the side tarpaulin or something. There's always some hazards.
Yeah, she got her foot stuck under the court cover on the side. Ended up having to have surgery. I think she's had 2 more since then.
Yeah, and they've all been something similar to that. Just a landing off of a smash was another one, and it just went. Fabulous return from Burridge. Raducanu scrambling to keep her balance there as she was pushed so deep, but Burridge not able to capitalise. Still only 21 years old though, Burridge, even though she's had those blocks of time out.
T15.
And that's what she'll be looking to do, is really dominate with the return and look to be aggressive with her backhand as much as possible.
Raducanu needing that first serve.
Let's first service.
Now a really strong hold there from Emma Raducanu, the teenager from Kent.
Leads by 5 games to 4.
And keeping her nose in front, she's up 5-4. Well, you talked a little bit about Raducanu's studies. She's been using the lockdown time to catch up on schoolwork as much as possible. Hasn't had any time for anything else, she assures me, between doing as much training as she possibly could and keeping up with her schoolwork. She's a bright student, attended Newstead Wood School, as did Dina Asher-Smith.
No.
So that's pretty
Oh,
cool.
really? I didn't know that.
Not at the same time, they are different ages.
Yeah.
But yeah, they know how to handle a top athlete at school. Stick to the game plan.
Here we go, Emma.
Here we go. Come on. Every single one.
Nico, watch it. Here we go. Come on. First one.
Here we go, Emma. Let's go.
Time.
Let's go, Emma. Let's go.
So crunch time in the first set. Pressure on Burridge to keep herself in it.
Love.
She's getting quite a lot of free points, Burridge, off the serve. 58% of them coming back into play. 42% unreturned.
Just looks like sometimes she's going for a little bit too much when just aiming for that deep middle target. Keep her in the point and in a good position.
Tremendous baseline hitting from both players, but Raducanu just holding firm up at the baseline, managing to find the gap.
30-all.
Yeah, the team's saying it was a great second serve. It really did kick up well.
She just needs to stay really positive here. Not let that affect the next point. She's been doing a good job of that.
Let's first service. (30-40).
Well, Jodie Burridge is not sure about that one. Still having a look, but caught the back edge of the line. And that brings up a set point for Emma Raducanu and the British Bulldogs. Looked like she had that point wrapped up. Decided to take that forehand in the air and as a consequence lifted it out the back of the court.
Let's first service. Advantage, Burridge.
Maybe that net cord just putting Burridge off her rhythm. Didn't quite get up to that ball, and you can just feel the frustration for her. She's been pretty hard on herself right now.
Yeah, this is where she just needs to really calm down and take her time. Just be positive, have that positive body language.
She did so well there because Raducanu had guessed into that backhand corner and was there with some time.
Burridge.
But Burridge really closing the net well. She's just urging herself through this game now.
Game Burridge.
That's the serve that gets her through in the end, and leveling this match up
all.
at 5-all. We had a feeling it was going to be tight, didn't we?
Yeah, it was really tough to call at the start, and it's proving to be just that.
Nice return there from Burridge, and Raducanu completely fooled off that deep backhand, convinced it was going cross-court.
Yeah, she really has the ability to hit that backhand from anywhere to anywhere.
Again, Burridge thinking that had drifted a little long, but no call from Hawkeye. No overrule from the chair.
(30-15).
Completely different conditions here today than we had yesterday. Not too much wind, the sun is strong.
40-15.
Just didn't commit to that return. Such an effective return, isn't it, in the women's game? Just right down the middle of the court, getting it as deep as possible. Raducanu always looking to be on the baseline, leaning forward for that next shot.
Yeah, it's a really tough shot to deal with. There's not much angle to work with. It's coming so fast.
Game, Raducanu.
He just lost the commitment on that forehand again.
Raducanu leads by 16-5.
Not looking entirely confident on it, but another service hold for Raducanu. She leads in this set 6-5. Let's have a little listen in.
Come on, Jodie.
From which bridge?
Fucking forehand.
Don't
beat yourself up, Jodie. It's done.
Bit of air traffic. And Jodie Burridge not happy with her forehand. Apologies for the language. She is very frustrated. Once again, serving to stay in the opening set. Just seems to have lost the confidence, the conviction off that wing.
Yeah, and also mentally, you know, she's told herself that the forehand's struggling, so she just really needs to turn that mindset around here, right now, this key moment in the first set.
But the quality coming at her from Raducanu is just getting better and better.
She definitely seems to be targeting that forehand wing of Jodie a bit more now as well. I think you can see that Jodie's getting a bit frustrated, taking advantage of it.
Bold play from Burridge coming forward there. Done really well at the net. She's won 75% of her points when she has moved forward. This time it's the forehand from Raducanu that gets away from her. That wide forehand return from Raducanu has been firing all week long. So balanced, even when she's outstretched, and that one brings her a set point. Relentless aggression from Raducanu. And it's the forehand that is wayward once again from Jodie Burrage. And the youngest player out here takes the opening set, 7-5. Well, you can hear the frustration from the end of Jodie Burrage.
Yeah, there's no doubt about your commitment to that.
Little smile down the end of the British Bulldogs. Here's a little look at the numbers. Katie, what stands out for you in that set?
Well, they both have a very high percentage of first serve points won once they've made their first serve. Emma's slightly higher. And actually Jodie has a higher percentage of second serve points won. So it's very even based on those stats that you see. Just Emma taking one more of those break points, and Jodie just with a few more unforced errors overall. But you can see just from there it's very tight.
And a little bit tidier from Raducanu, just the 6 winners. She has maintained her aggression throughout. So it is the teenager that takes the opening set here. And some work to be done for Jodie Burrage.
Time. Love 15.
Yeah, bounce back right there. Come on. Here we go.
Burrage still looking to be very aggressive. Just looking at some of the numbers, the MPH on the shot. So after that first set, Burrage has just got a few more miles per hour off of both wings, forehand and backhand. As a consequence, she has racked up more winners, but also more unforced errors. Also getting word that Raducanu just doing a little better with a bit more spin on her shots and control. More revs per minute.
That's something that you have to accept when you have a game style like Jodie. Is she's so aggressive and she gets so many rewards from that, but you're also going to make a lot of mistakes, and that's just part of the game. So just accepting that.
Let's put service.
And picking the moments when to go for it, and also just when you need to rein it in a bit and stay in control.
Yeah, you can see there what the extra bit of spin is doing. She still has a lot of power on the ball, but just looks like she has full control. She's got a good grip of the ball. She can play it any direction. I think the first few games didn't quite have that, but as soon as she got hold of it, now looks like she can do what she wants. Strong return there from Burrage, though. Raducanu just losing a little bit of balance off the low backhand. And with 2 big hitters out on the court, it doesn't take much to really turn the match around, just stringing a few of them together. Breakpoint Burridge.
Juice.
Really going for it once again. But the forehand has been causing her some issues. Now that wide serve on the Juice side being very effective.
Looks like she took a bit of pace off that one as well. Just tried to use the spin and make Jodie play from wide position on the court, and she hit her target really well.
Juice. Let first service.
It was a nice serve right into that left shoulder, and Burridge just couldn't get out of the way of it. Quality striking once again, and it's the forehand that misfires from Burridge.
First game, second set.
Raducanu with a quiet fist pump to her camp. Looking good, up a set and 1-love. Okay, so you know Jodie well. When we watch her play on court, sometimes the emotions, because she's so competitive, can just boil over a little bit. She can be pretty tough on herself out there. We're seeing a little bit of that today. But what is she like off the court?
She's a great laugh. You never really see that frustration from her off the court. She's very relaxed. She's great fun to be around. We've known each other since we were about 9, 10. I've been on a lot of trips with her. We've shared a room multiple times. She's, yeah, great fun. Yeah, she's really good fun to be around.
Love.
You just want to see her stay really strong here mentally, and yeah, there's still a long way to go in this match.
Oh, just delicately placed onto the sideline that time. Well, what's her best route to try and stop this little bit of momentum that Raducanu has built up? Because Rada's got a lot of positivity. She's 17 years old. She's oozing with confidence. Does Burridge need to look to slam down some winners or try and be a bit more consistent?
I think she needs to look to be a bit more consistent. You see here she's playing with more control, aiming for bigger margins. You just saw at the end of that first set she was going for a little bit too much. Letting her emotions get the better of her, I think, a bit. Just needs to keep that controlled, and she's been doing it well for the past few weeks, so just kind of get back on track and stay calm.
Game Burridge.
A little bit loose from Raducanu, but down love 40. So maybe not too costly.
1 game all.
I mentioned that Burridge can get down on herself and can get a little tough with herself. She really is a ferocious competitor. She will not roll over.
Love.
I think on the whole, the forehand does look a little better. She's definitely committing more to it, but it's not quite slick just yet. Still looking a bit clunky on the way through, so if I was Raducanu, I'd still be peppering that side.
Part of the fun uniqueness of this event is having your teammates as ball boys. You don't see that very often.
30-15.
It's a beautiful forehand. Right off the outside leg, open stance, full rotation through it, zipped right into the corner.
Game Raducanu.
And once again, the wide serve, which really has been
leads by
outstanding.
2-1.
Burridge has been struggling on the forehand, and it does go to that forehand, but the wide serve so effective from Raducanu. And she's up 2-1. No sit down permitted. Oh, maybe there is.
You want to sit down? Sit down.
James Yothawong not going to take on that battle. I don't think it's strictly allowed. He's a friendly umpire. So you said that it's all part of the fun, this sort of format. But do you think it's fun for the captains? And I mean this seriously, because there's an awful lot of characters they've got to try and control. Judy Murray, I think, was a little apprehensive at being on Dan Evans's bench on the first day. You've got all the Murrays on one team as well. It's got to be hard. Well, I mean, as much as we've got long days as well, it's got to be hard work.
Yeah, definitely. I was just saying,
Oh dear.
Love 15.
Just losing the commitment on the forehand. It was a great point before then.
I was just saying yesterday that it must be weird for these captains, Leon and Anne, you know, that captaining against some of their Fed Cup and Davis Cup players, which they probably didn't expect would ever happen.
Maybe they can get in their head.
15 all.
They knows what pushed the buttons. And then you also have some matches where you've seen the captains on the bench with the opposite gender, which for Judy is probably quite normal, but
that's more like it.
30-15.
I'm not sure if Leon would have ever captained a female player
No.
before, so it's interesting to see that.
Let's first service. (40-15).
Nice body serve there that Raducanu just couldn't quite make enough room for. Good to see Burridge smiling. And she wasn't happy after that first set, I can tell you that.
Game Burridge.
And a couple of forehands working nicely in that game. That'll be a big confidence boost for her. It has been the wing that's been struggling. And if she can get that going, she might be able to make a push hit.
Yeah, she just needs to keep committing to that shot. Even though she made some mistakes towards the end of that first set, just keep trusting it. She's been doing really well with it for the past few weeks, so just keep going and not backing down.
Well, Kerber-esque from Raducanu on shot number 3. Low forehand, getting her knees pretty much touching the floor on that.
It was a great return. It was really deep, and Emma handled it really well.
Quality hitting and so much juice on those shots from Burridge.
15 all.
Raducanu just couldn't stay with it.
(30-15).
Well, the Union Jack team just trying to pile on the pressure onto Raducanu. They know she's the most inexperienced.
Yeah, they have some big personalities on that team to really get loud.
Just trying to make her think twice. And that can be the result. Bailed out of a ball toss. Didn't look entirely confident there. Burridge has a break point. And there's the break. A big boost for the Union Jacks and Jodie Burridge. Dan Evans likes it.
Return in the court there, Jodie.
And she's now up a break, 3-2 in the second set.
New balls will still be lively. Yeah. Get
So I think we can head over to the British Bulldogs camp and be joined by Anne Keothavong. Anne, some big hitting out on display, but Raducanu was kind of growing in confidence, but that break came out of nowhere.
Yeah, well, the energy levels have just dropped a little bit, but I have no doubt she can regroup and get it back again. But the overall quality of this match has been high. You know, these two are giving everything they've got out here.
Yeah, baseline tennis at its finest. What's been your advice to Emma? Have you been talking to her about keeping calm, maybe being patient, or have you just been letting her run free?
Well, you know, her and Jodie have played a number of times. They know each other's games inside out, so we've been pretty clear with the game plan. She knows what she needs to do out there, and it's just about executing it at this stage.
Thanks very much, Anne. Enjoy the rest of the match.
Okay, cheers.
Complete confidence in Raducanu, as Anne Keothavong. So she knows exactly what she's doing. Just about executing. She's down a break now, so some work to do. Well, talking about the game plan for Raducanu, I'm sure that was sort of involved. Go big on the second serve returns.
Yeah, that one sat up nicely for her, right in the slot. She executed it perfectly.
Such good depth there, well out on the stretch in the corner. On the backhand side from Burridge, but just really using those hands well, guiding that ball close to the baseline. So Anne Keothavong was talking about the game plan against Burridge. You're also somebody who knows her well. What would that entail? You don't have to give away all your secrets, just a couple of general points.
Well, I think you'd be looking to really neutralise her serve as much as possible. She's able to generate a lot off the serve and the backhand. And like we've seen so far in this match, you know, the forehand is a side that can break down when she loses a bit of confidence in it.
Oh, very nice. Raducanu's thrown in a couple of drop shots through this match. It has been a feature, but they haven't been perfectly executed like that one.
Yeah, that's the one she's looking for. And she used it just at the right time to really mix it up. Jodie wasn't expecting it.
she's done it again. Burridge frustrated there. She managed to track it down, just couldn't control it. She was moving very quickly and was quite off balance all the way through that strike.
Advantage, Raducanu.
Raducanu forcing Burridge onto the back foot on the forehand, getting an error, now has a chance to level things up once again. Can't do a lot about that though.
Yep, that was too good.
Advantage, Raducanu.
That was smart from Emma. You can just see that the sun's in the wrong spot for Jodie to hit that smash. And she managed to get it deep enough that it was a tough one for her.
But it's the serve once again, getting her out of trouble. That return outstretched on the forehand is one of my favourite things that Raducanu does. Okay, we talk about the backhand being her best strike all round, but that particular forehand she manages to play really is outstanding.
Yeah, and the depth that she's able to get off of that, it's a really difficult shot and she makes it look pretty easy.
Second serve to look at here to try and get the break back. And she manages it. It's the forehand once again breaking down for Burridge.
3 games all.
Yeah, you could see that Emma was trying to target her forehand on that point, and it paid off for her.
This really is high quality stuff. We've actually got the LTA Awards taking place tomorrow. Normally there's a bit of a ceremony, it takes place during Wimbledon time, but of course it will all be done virtually. Lots of things will be awarded: volunteers, coaches, clubs, competitions, all different areas of the game. But the reason I bring it up is because there is an award for Young Player of the Year, and surely Raducanu is in contention.
15 love.
For the juniors, that's of course anyone under the age of 18, so Raducanu qualifies for that. Really has had an outstanding 12 months. Haven't been told the nominations or the winners, but we will be able to confirm for you on Friday.
Yeah, you would definitely expect to see her among those nominated. She's a highest ranked junior.
You're a bulldog. You got this.
You can hear that support getting rowdy.
Dom Inglot's back in the house.
Yeah.
He had to do his own supporting in his mixed doubles. We've also got awards just for Player of the Year as well.
30-15.
Of course, got Evans in the mix, Joe Conter. A lot of players who've been playing here at this tournament will be nominated. Possibly Heather Watson. Just missed that one, but she is relentlessly going at Jodie Burridge now.
Not during the point, huh?
Oof, almost so close.
Heather Watson, of course, picking up a title in Acapulco, so I'm sure she'll be in contention. But as I mentioned, we will let you know who takes home a trophy when we get those winners through. It'll be Thursday evening, so we'll let you know on Friday. Kind of a miss hit there off the depth from Burridge.
30-40.
More pressure on the Raducanu serve.
Juice.
Let's go now, Radis. Here we go, Radis. Let's go.
Oh, Burridge not happy about that. I thought it looked well wide.
Go on, you, Radis. Here we go. Let's go.
It's Hawkeye. Doesn't make many mistakes, I must say.
Yeah, it's been good. Never actually seen it before live.
Good depth of Raducanu. You can feel it heating up now. Both players getting more and more vocal. The racket leaving the hand of Burridge. Yeah, it takes a little while just to settle into it, but then actually you just kind of forget about it. Sounds like normal lines judges, I guess. One too many shots of quality coming from the racket of Jodie Burridge. The support is ramping up. The pace on court is ramping up.
Yeah, you can really hear the jacks getting loud. They need this to build up their score a little bit.
Raducanu going back behind. Burridge was charging to cover the space, thinking Raducanu was going to play the off forehand. Didn't come. It was a tough game, but she toughed it out.
Raducanu leads by 4 games to 3.
Big serve to finish that one. Still on serve in this second set. You can really feel that this is on a knife edge. Big quality hitting from both ends of the court. 4-3, Raducanu.
He can't get to you. He can't get to you.
He's trying so hard.
He's trying so hard,
Yeah,
but it ain't going to work.
Yeah, but it's not working. You're doing really
Not
well.
working.
That's really
Best way to piss him off.
doing great.
Great job on the return game, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah?
First point, I was like, screw this, okay.
Back behind on the forehand, working a dream.
Bit of shape as well.
Yeah. It's almost when there's shape and you've got the depth with a bit less pace, that's when she...
Time.
There you go, Rose. Great work.
Here we go. Come on, keep it up.
Here we go, Rose. Keep the ball rolling here.
Positive words from Captain Kiothavong. Just saying to Emma, don't let it get to you, this level of support. Quite unusual if you've not been part of a Fed Cup before. Raducanu, of course, has been in the Fed Cup team, was at the Copper Box. Has not played on the court and experienced that just directly at her. Oh, that's a way to keep people quiet, isn't it? Apart from Dom, he's on her team.
Yeah, she won't mind it coming from that side of the court. They're going to be firing it back now.
She got away with it. Just pushed that drop shot a little bit too deep, but Burridge couldn't get it away from Raducanu, who guessed the right way and then had plenty of space to play into on the cross court. Well, that is the shot that Anne Kyothevong was talking about in the last sit-down. Just a little bit of shape on top of the depth, causing problems to the Burridge forehand. Now Raducanu's got a few cracks here at getting a break in this second set.
And Jodie will be really looking to get her first serve in here. It was a great second serve though.
15-14.
Just needs to take one at a time here and stay calm. Still very close in the score.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of good stuff from Burridge out here. I think she'll be a little disappointed with the forehand errors. They really have been causing her some problems. But so has Emma Raducanu. It's a heavy second serve. Just a reminder, this match worth 2 points on the board. Point of the match so far for Emma Raducanu. It had everything. The backhand slice, the higher ball she was looking for, and it gives her the break. She will now be serving for this match.
Yeah, you could see the difference, the variation made in that point. Just really throwing off Jodie's rhythm.
Getting away from Burridge.
She hit a great return, and I think she just overpressed on that forehand, trying to go for too much.
Heather Watson encouraging her just to hang in here.
Yeah, Emma must be feeling some nerves to try and close this out. Jodie just needs to stay tough.
15 all.
We go, Riders.
Let's for service.
Keeping it simple.
30-15.
Serve and first strike. Couple of points now.
And she had great target on that forehand. Good combination of width and power.
Not quite getting hold of that one, and it's just sailing a little long. This is why it's always worth putting the pressure on. Just pushed it wide. Good chasing from both players.
40-30.
Yeah, Jodie saw that coming that time.
So it brings up a match point. Emma Raducanu. It's 3 wins from 3 for Emma Raducanu, the 17-year-old, the youngest player in this event, but she is taking a leading role when it comes to picking up points for the British Bulldogs. 2 more on the board. And she takes out Jodie Burridge in straight sets, and you can see how happy she is. What a phenomenal week she has been having. Comes through that one, 7-5, 6-3. I think we can all agree that they both played really well. Some big wins for Raducanu, a win against Bolter, a win against Jodie Burridge and Andy Murray, and now Jodie Burridge in the singles as well. That's the end result, well, the result as of right now, 26-12. It was such a high level of tennis between these two young up-and-comers. And Emma Raducanu must be thrilled with that, and she is courtside alongside Nick Lester.
Emma, well done. This is turning out to be a very good week for you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I mean, I'm really enjoying myself this week. It's an unbelievable atmosphere. I was saying last night was the most fun I've ever had on a match court, so I'm just really pleased to be out here. The atmosphere is so good to play with, especially when you're down the team's end. It's just so great. Like, I think Jodie played a very good match, and we both played a very high level today. So yeah, I'm just really pleased to have come through and kept going. So yeah, let's see what we can do.
Have you experienced an atmosphere like this before?
No, definitely not, because we're all on the same team, and I think maybe Fed Cup is very similar because we're all getting behind them, we're playing for our country, which is such an honour. But yeah, this week is something really different for us, and yeah, we're just cherishing every moment.
And from a game perspective, what's pleasing you the most about your game?
I'm really pleased with the improvements that I've been making in lockdown, with forehand especially, and also returning my serve. I think that I'm playing pretty aggressively, and mentally I'm also really strong at the moment, so I'm just pleased with how I'm getting on with it despite any distractions that were on the side of the court.
And somebody was telling me that you passed your driving test 2 days before lockdown.
Yeah.
Is that true?
Yeah, it's true. I got really lucky. It was actually my dad who pushed me to take the test that week. Otherwise, probably wouldn't have my license now, and it makes a massive difference. So shout out to him.
We've enjoyed watching you. Good stuff. Thanks, Em.
Well, she is loving the support and loving the opportunities coming her way this week, and she keeps earning them. She's earned another shot at getting named in the team by captain Anne Kjothavong and Leon Smith. And here's just a little look at the numbers, and Katie Swan to take you through them.
You can see overall it was a great match for both players. You know, they played at a really high level, both looking to be aggressive. But you can just see here from the stats that there were just a few more unforced errors coming off Jodie's racket. Yeah, Emma just looked a little bit more controlled overall. I think that was the biggest difference there. And the break points converted. You know, Emma seemed to really stay in control the whole time.
So that was how that one shook out. It was a tight match indeed, but possibly just the forehand getting away from Burridge a touch. But boy, was she up against it. Raducanu slamming down some beautiful winners. And the sun is just starting to get a little bit lower, but it won't bother Jamie Murray because it's on the right side of the court. And as the lefty, it won't be too much of a problem for him, but he will be taking part in the next match. And it is a men's doubles match. Now this one is worth 3 points. Jamie Murray partnering up with Dan Evans for the Union Jacks and taking on Kyle Edmund and Joe Salisbury of the British Bulldogs. Should be a good one. Plenty of these players in fine form. Remember, Dan Evans getting the win over Kyle Edmund in singles just yesterday, so possibly some revenge on the table. But we will be bringing you that one very shortly. Have a little shuffle around in the commentary box, and we'll be back for that one. And for your last match here on centre court, it is a men's doubles worth a whopping 3 points, representing the British Bulldogs, Joe Salisbury and Kyle Edmund. And for the Union Jacks, we've got Jamie Murray and Dan Evans.
So here we go. The big three-pointer is the final match of the day on centre court. A doubles clash bursting with big names. And two of them have already been on the match court today. Jamie Murray and Dan Evans have both picked up a loss in the past few hours, and now they get to combine efforts as they look to put things right. Across from them, it's another big name pairing for the British Bulldogs in Joe Salisbury and Kyle Edmund. Two Grand Slam doubles champions and the British #1 and 2 in singles. It's not going to get much bigger than this. I'm Abigail Johnson, and alongside me, Nick Lester, to take you through this one. It's been another dramatic day at Battle of the Brits Team Tennis.
Yeah, it's been good fun, hasn't it, Abby? Lots to enjoy, good competitive action. And it's tended to be, we've saved the best till last, hasn't it, over the last couple of days, so let's hope it follows suit.
Yeah, two big match tie breaks, both of them ending 10-8 actually the last 2 days, so looking for some more drama here.
Any questions? No. Tails? Tails?
Yeah, there's some genius scheduling going on, which means that when the last match of the day rolls around, it's the only one happening, so everyone gets around it and the atmosphere really builds. Here's a confirmation of the current standings. The British Bulldogs, well, they're having no trouble maintaining that lead at the moment. 26 to the Union Jacks 12, but it's been highly competitive. The Jacks getting so close in several encounters and not quite able to cross the line. So this one's a clash that could very much go either way. Two incredibly similar teams in terms of background and achievements. Let's have a look at the competitors on court. Dan Evans out here on centre earlier and one of the loudest voices of the competition so far.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say he's enjoyed himself this week, isn't he? And you know, obviously the one thing I've always enjoyed about Dan is that win or lose, yeah, it hurts, but he's over it pretty quickly. You know, when he lost here earlier on today to Cam, he was out here half an hour later. He was getting the cheerleading hat on. So as we well know with Dan, he'll be well and truly ready for this one.
Yeah, absolutely. He's a big key player for his side. He's already competed in 4 matches over the first 3 days and 2 losses to Cam Norrie. Both of them have been really high quality encounters, 2 of the best matches of the week, but he'll be stinging a little bit and looking to come back with a bang.
Yeah, I think full credit to Cam. I think the way he played, especially today, didn't see the first one initially, but the way he played today really took it to Dan. I think he's made a lot of improvements in his game. And impressed the way Cam's been playing this week.
And here's the big man, the tournament director, Jamie Murray, here to close the day again, as he did on the day 1 of the tournament, a match he'd probably rather forget. He and Heather Watson were up 8-2 in that match tiebreak before Harriet Dott and Joe Salisbury had a screamer, came back to win that one 10-8, and the atmosphere was electric. So I think that was the one bonus for Jamie, that his event, you know, got some real drama and everyone was really into it. But a stinging loss, and he gets the opportunity to try and avenge that defeat now. Joe Salisbury back on the other side of the net.
Yeah, squandered a couple of sort of good leads, isn't he? Jamie, I was just chatting to him earlier on. He said they were up again in the previous tiebreak. They've had opportunities to win matches, haven't taken them, and as a result of that, they're some way behind in the score.
Yeah, that'll be fire under his feet, that match earlier, as he partnered Katie Bolter. They were up a set. They were doing well in the second, and then they were up in the match tiebreak, and still Cam Norrie and Beth Gray just swung and found a way to win. Here's Kyle Edmonds, looking to get back onto the winning side of things. Now, these doubles stats are pretty insignificant when it comes to Kyle. He doesn't play a lot of doubles. But, you know, he's a very accomplished singles player and he knows how to play tennis. He'll come out here, he'll make the adjustments as necessary.
To the left of the chair when the toss.
Yeah, I think if, you know,
and chose to serve.
We've talked a lot about Carl's game and sort of how comfortable he is in and around the net. For him, obviously, still that's a work in progress. I wouldn't say he's naturally comfortable around that. He's not going to necessarily be an aggressive doubles player, but he'll look to, as you say, work the forehand, make it difficult for the net players with that particular shot. Use the serve well. So this guy will do a lot of the work, I'm sure, Joe Salisbury.
Yeah, absolutely. I always feel that Salisbury doesn't get enough credit for what he's done over the past couple of seasons. I remember seeing him as if it was yesterday, 2018, at a Challenger event, really performing there and showing his potential and the different aspects of his game that could really do damage. And now here he is, a Grand Slam champion and a victor over both the Murray brothers in the past couple of days. And he just got his head down and got on with it. It was very calm and collected
Leon,
from Joe.
Can you just close the gate, please?
Yeah, he's a kind of phlegmatic sort of guy, Joe. Kind of a low-key individual. In fact, that's the one thing that probably both of them have in common. Of course, Kyle and Joe is their personalities. They are that way inclined. And in fact, I was looking, the last time Kyle actually played doubles was with Dan in Asia last year in China.
So it's been a while, but he's back out on the doubles court.
First set. Kyle Edmund for the British Bulldogs to serve. Ready? Play.
For 3 points, this should be a big one. Let's go.
Let's first serve. Yeah. Love 15.
Interesting to see.
Yeah, I know. Can you just show that one on the board? I've called it, but it didn't show. It didn't call anything. No, they should have already started that with KoreaNet. That's a different system.
Yeah, that looked pretty long from our perspective.
Hello, Hawkeye. It's out like this, though. It wasn't close. I know, I know. Hawkeye, Hawkeye.
Well, Hawkeye's usually to stop the discussions over line calls.
Yeah, well, they're right behind us. So here we go.
You.
Yeah, not even close.
Love 15. Yeah.
It certainly looks as though Carl's going to serve and stay back, which is obviously trying to play to his strengths. That'll try and put a little bit more pressure on Joe to get involved. Wonder if that'll also make Dan and Jamie push up off the return, because at the moment Dan is staying back off that first serve.
Finds the gap.
30-15.
And that is some shot off what was a good return. Completely instinctive, had no time to think about this, but just anticipated that Dan was going to go.
Let's serve. 40-15.
That's what they'll be looking to do, though. Just try and pressure, get to the Edmund backhand, make him find a pass off that weaker side, give him a small target.
Great pace from Murray and Evans.
Just great movement off the ball, isn't it? It was a good dig. Jamie really working hard to keep his team in the point.
It was a strong first volley from Joe Salisbury. Really caused the other two to step up.
Game. Edmund Salisbury.
Well, that wide
First
serve
game.
works well for Edmonds in the opening game. And they're on the board.
Of course, what is a little trickier for Dan on a doubles court off the backhand return is he can't chip quite as many back into play. Obviously with Joe there, because it needs to be a slightly more aggressive return, so it forces him to kind of hit over the ball. He needs a bit more pace on the return. Instinctively, of course, it's such a good chip return in singles.
Yeah, has to get into the doubles mindset out here. Looks like it's going to be Jamie Murray to serve first for the
Jamie
Union
Murray
Jacks.
for the Union Jacks to serve.
Oh, what placement.
Love 15.
Stepped around it nicely and took it from the height.
Yeah, nice early intent as well. You see a lot of that these days, guys going up the line early in a doubles match. Obviously, if you've got a very active net player, it just puts a little bit more of a seed of doubt in their mind.
That's a well-placed
Love
return.
30.
And with Jamie on his way up to the net, he had to take that one low, but below the height of the net. Difficult shot to deal with.
Love 40.
Well, they know exactly what they're doing with these returns. Jamie Murray, the moment he's served, he likes to try and find his way forwards. And if they keep those returns low, keep the pressure on, then they've got good chances here.
Seeing it like a football in these opening 3 returns.
Huh.
$15-40.
Couldn't quite keep that one low enough, Carl.
Oh, so many different looks on these balls.
Edmund Salisbury.
From the British Bulldogs.
Edmund Salisbury lead by 2 games to love.
Just an outstanding return game from this pair. This was good stuff. Got a really good hit on that one, and they were in trouble from this point on. You can see they're having to retreat. You don't want to give Kyle Edmund that much time on his
Joe
forehand.
Salisbury to serve.
Not really looking like a first-time partnership in these early stages, and they've not had much time to practice together. Obviously, team nominations made the night before. But a nice quick start out here.
15
I was
love.
watching Coach Colin Beecher about an hour or so ago just fire balls at Kyle Edmund at the net. Louis Kaya, who has done so much good work with the men's doubles team, was one of his favourite drills. Just get guys right up on top of the net, just send the ball pace at them, work the reactions.
30 love.
Certainly looks like it's had an impact. Edmund's super solid here. There he is, Colin Beecher.
Colin is a very busy man. He has spent a lot of time here over the last few weeks.
Oh, wow. It's all going their way at the moment.
40 love.
I thought that was a nice change-up from the Jacks, just to give them something different to think about, not feed them the pace. But the tweener does the job.
Evans just not on it so far, is he?
Game. Edmund Salisbury. Edmund Salisbury lead by 3 games to love.
Well, Edmund and Salisbury looking incredibly comfortable out here, and I think that tweener from Salisbury says it all. Effortless stuff.
Guys, we don't sit down this change.
They've also come out with more energy, haven't they? They've come out, you know, perhaps having maybe had the benefit of not playing today. Just feel like they've just come out here, it's being the only match for them, a little more lively, a bit more about them.
And the fact that Murray and Evans played and lost as well, that's got to take a bit out of them. I mean, Murray in particular will be feeling a little bit down. It's not the first one he's lost this week. And it's worse when you know you've been in positions to actually get those wins.
Dan Evans to serve. Love 15.
Not a lot of energy around the court, is there? And that's something that we've not said much this week. It's just a little quiet, and Dan's a guy who obviously feeds off a bit more enthusiasm. Hasn't really got that to work with at the moment.
I've noticed at the end of a match, people will kind of disperse and then just slowly start coming back throughout.
15 all.
As well, Dan's expended a lot of energy. He's been one of the most vocal at the sides, and you might not think too much of it at the time, but I think even Jamie mentioned yesterday, you know, he's been giving a lot on the bench.
30-15.
I think maybe if they can get a game on the board here, it might just fire their teammates up a bit. There's little bro. Andy Murray having a bit of an easier time of it this week. It's not often that he gets to enjoy a team event like this. Usually there's a lot of expectation on him.
That might just get him going.
I was thinking the same. Lit the team up as well. Back edge of the baseline. That's too good. Solo down as well. Oh, the placement
30.
and the Brody reaction, of course.
Welcome to the Smoke Show!
Regular. Yeah. No. Yeah. Yeah.
tougher to time the move on the second serve, and Jamie just going early, but they have taken a lot of returns up the line already. This pair are working nicely together. Yet to miss a return a serve. That's how good it's been. It's a good job we got that stat in.
Yeah.
Always important.
Yeah, great timing.
Really by 3 games to 1.
Huge moment for Marion Evans. 4-love and the set's all but over. We've just been talking about the format of doubles. No ad scoring. You've got the match tiebreak at the end. It only takes a couple of points to swing the momentum and to get a team firmly back into things.
Let's first serve.
I saw Cam Norrie on the way down. He said he didn't know how they won that doubles earlier over Jamie and Katie, and I think Murray might be feeling the same thing.
$15 love. Out. 15 all.
It was there. It was just a little heavy from Joe, but
Oh.
40-50.
Every space, they're finding it.
Kyle Edmonds come out here with a point to prove, isn't it? He was stung yesterday in his defeat. That obviously was a loss that hurt a little bit. He has come out here absolutely fired up.
Game. Edmund Salisbury. Edmund Salisbury lead by 4 games to 1.
Well, it looks like a healthy advantage for Edmund and Salisbury, but it is just the one break right now. So this could very much still swing either way in the opening set, but they're injecting a lot of pace into those ground strokes, Salisbury and Edmonds.
Surely not.
It's first, no speaks this.
Oh, me too, Greg.
I think we're going to have a chat with Judy Murray. Judy, can you hear us?
I can hear you.
Not been the greatest of starts out here, Jamie, and they're looking to find their way into it. What are we thinking of these opening few games?
I think the Salisbury Edmund have been very solid so far. They've served big, they've returned big, they've been, Joe's particularly fast around the net. Tough to get broken in the second game and fight your way back, but they need to just focus here now on holding serve and taking some chances on the Salisbury serve. But yeah, tough match because Edmund's so solid from the back of the court and Salisbury's so quick at the net. They should be a pretty good combo, but we got to find a way to match it.
Yeah, they've come out with a high level. And what about your team bench? Are we going to get them ramping up the energy?
Yeah, I think it's only a matter of time. I think some of them have gone off for something to eat and there's still a few cakes left. I might have to get the sugar rush out for that to happen, but yeah, we need to bring the noise.
Oh, thanks, Judy.
15 love. Yep. Love.
Sometimes can be a little tougher off a slower second serve to generate your pace. You often see it plays just a little flat-footed. And actually, if you look at Carl's return position in singles, he doesn't tend to stand too high up the court. So that particular return he's hitting kind of from inside the base, and it isn't quite as comfortable for him. Quite as normal in terms of where he hits it from.
He's all about the touch at that net, Jamie Murray. Just doing what was necessary there, scooping the ball back into play and getting the depth.
Well, it was also crucial that he got it to Joe Salisbury, because in a situation like that, if you're giving Kyle a forehand to look at with a bit more time, he would have probably done a little more with it.
Let's first serve. .15.
Never actually played together, Jamie and Dan. It's the first time they've teamed up.
Game. Murray Evans.
Well, they probably would have played a few practice sets in Davis Cup maybe together over the course of the week to rotate pairs, but in a match scenario, they got together.
Yeah, testament to the depth in both singles and doubles in the UK that two players like this have never come together on a stage like Davis Cup. Got a lot of options out there.
Certainly got a lot of doubles options, as you say. Really good team group of players.
Out. 15 love.
Let's go, Smoking Joe! Great point, guys.
30 love.
Well, keeping their foot firmly on the gas, if they maintain this level, should be set in the bag, but need to make sure that there's no complacency lingering.
Faults.
Also maintaining a decent first serve percentage as well. Edmund and Salisbury up in the 70s.
Out.
And again, boys, here we go.
30-15.
Good dog. Go, Bulldog.
I think they need a string of points, Murray and Evans, to really get themselves going. At the moment, it's just one here and there, not really building any momentum. Oh, keeping it short.
40-15.
He drew some height on the return with the serve out wide and just playing with the length of the court.
It's good doubles play. Move the ball down the middle deep, then you've got both players covering the middle, then use the width, so you're just using the spacing well on the court.
Game. Edmund Salisbury.
And that's one sign of a
Balls,
first-time
please.
doubles pairing. That communication is
Edmund
key
Salisbury lead by 5 games to 2.
to know who's taking what. And they maintain the lead, the British Bulldogs, just drawing within a game of taking the opener.
I think Kyle, in terms of personality, probably not too dissimilar to Joe's regular partner, Rajiv Ram. Very kind of sort of low-key guy. That's the sort of...
You're going to cover the cross court.
Oh,
Almost just
don't
come
go.
up. Just come up.
I got you.
Yeah.
Just cut the angle.
Don't worry about covering like the angle.
Just a duck under the radar. Joe, obviously the team leader, the guy who, as we know, has established himself as one of the best doubles players in the world. I get the feeling they kind of just gel well together as people.
Yeah. It was Ram who partnered Salisbury to that maiden slam at the 2020 Australian Open.
New balls.
Evans with the new balls. Let's see if he can find the pace to inject into them.
Hi again.
That was just so good from Jamie. I mean, he knew exactly what he was doing there with that little dink short volley. It wasn't a case of just reacting to it. He knew where Carl was.
Out. 30 love.
Well, it is still the single break. If they can just get this hold on the board convincingly with a run of points, might just light the fire under their feet. Jamie struggled a bit today on those overheads, the height catching him out. He's not quite getting the placement on them, and they have to be inch perfect. Textbook doubles tennis.
40-15.
Jamie Murray easily just closing it out there.
Let's first serve. Murray Evans.
And that's the way to do it. Getting on top of the ball.
Salisbury lead by 5 games to 3.
It's a little bit more energy there.
Just to get hold of the return, did he, Joe Salisbury? So nothing to worry about, given how well they've been comfortably they've been holding so far.
Well, now it's just about taking each point as it comes. As Kyle Edmonds steps up to serve for the opener.
Love.
we've seen a few return winners, but not really from the Union Jack side of the net, so that makes a change.
Right now.
Right in the corner.
Here we go, boys. Yeah. Here we go.
30.
Bit of a spirit crusher, that. Slamming the door.
It's another £100 as well, donated, of course, by St James's Place to NHS charities.
40, 50.
St James's Place already with their donations to the NHS charities.
Absolutely. Here we go then. Double set point after half an hour.
Let's first serve.
Yeah. Here we go.
Joe just a little guilty there for once of just not getting involved. That was probably his ball. Just moved away from it.
Still a couple of chances to close this out.
Deciding point, receiver's choice.
Well, this is huge. Pretty much out of nowhere. It's got something going at the sidelines too. Bit of pressure now for Kyle Edmonds. And that's how he responds.
Game. And first set, Edmonds Salisbury.
It's a huge first
By
set
6 games
from
to
Kyle
3.
Edmonds and Joe Salisbury. Put their foot on the pedal right from the get-go, and they never let up. Really impressive combined efforts. And Jamie Murray and Dan Evans are going to have to sit down and go through their options.
Yeah, really good set from Carl. Like the body language as well. He's brought a lot of positivity out here. As you say, good serving. The return really was the key early on, wasn't it? Just made a lot of returns. Didn't give Murray and Evans anything really to work with, taking a fair few off the line early on. Just a very secure set. One little wobble at the end, but overall, Eben and Salisbury combining well. Good partnership so far.
Yeah, incredibly clean as well, as 11 winners to just 2 unforced. Usually when you're playing a power game, you take the hits and the misses, but there haven't been many misses for the British Bulldogs.
And in the yellow shirt at the back there is Rob Morgan. He's been travelling coach of Joe since December. They teamed up together in December of last year. He was down in Australia with Joe, so he's going to see him win the title. Actually worked with Heather Watson for 3 months last year as well, did Rob.
Well, in contrast to the first set, It'll be the Union Jacks serving to open this one. A chance just to nudge their nose out in front. Didn't happen at all in that opener. They were down an early 3-love deficit and
Second set,
never recovered.
Murray to serve.
And that's big from Evans, taking the high backhand volley. As he was traveling backwards as well, one of the hardest shots, keeping it under control.
Never really felt as though Kyle had the time either, did you, to actually hit the forehand there? The ball was kind of always chasing him.
Let's first serve.
Kyle Edmund went so hard at Dan Evans on the return.
15-all.
Struck with intent.
It's good depth on the serve.
30-15.
Really tough for Jodie to get a good look at the return.
Dan doesn't back away from having a little chat mid-match. We saw some of that during his singles earlier as well. High-level match that was, and I think not just the physicality of it took it out of him, but he was really trying to get himself going, pump himself up. That was well constructed.
30-all.
It was, and that's the difficulty when you face Kyle. If you don't get your first volley to his backhand, you're in trouble. I mean, he's actually been hitting his backhand pretty well, but certainly by the contrast, if you give him time on that shot, it's such a tough ball to volley off as well because it's got so much movement to it, so much spin. It's a very difficult volley to control.
30-40.
Here we go, dogs.
Well, they're mixing it up, Edmund and Salisbury, with their placement, keeping things unpredictable, and they've given themselves a couple of chances here. Right at the beginning of the second set, you feel like this game is pretty key for Murray and Evans. Oh, grazes the back of the baseline. They didn't need that one, but they took it anyway.
First game, second set.
I mean, Kyle's backhand has been so good off that return, hasn't he, so far? Just easing it up the line. Haven't seen him return particularly well. Certainly yesterday, Dan served well, I know, but the return of serve, obviously, for Kyle, I think is still an area he'd like to improve. But actually, this is so good.
Yeah, everything's just going their way at the moment. They're so locked in.
Look at Heather's reaction at the back there. Incredulous.
Let's go, boys, come on, let's go. Let's go, boys, let's go.
Not up.
So smart, mate.
Smart
15
indeed,
love.
dropping that volley so short.
40 love.
Good, Jack. Good, Jack.
Evans unimpressed, but that Edmonds serve has been doing real damage. Particularly the wide serve to the backhand on both sides.
$40-15.
Well, that's a right gift. Let's see if they can make anything out of this. The Union Jacks.
You got this, boys.
Key for this pair is just to keep it going, just sustain it, not let their energy levels drop.
Yeah, that's the issue, isn't it? It's easy when you've got the lead early to become complacent.
As Joe Salisbury that volley, because it's a high one, so on those sorts of balls it's just a little harder to take the pace off it, and that's why it allowed Jamie some time to track it down.
Right here, right here. Here we go, dogs!
Right here.
Yeah. Me here? Yeah. Come on!
Edmund Salisbury.
Mixing it up, keeping him guessing.
Edmund Salisbury lead by 2 games to love.
Just locks onto it right now, Edmonds and Salisbury perfectly in control. What do Murray and Evans need to do to get back into this?
It's tough right now. I mean, Carl's serving so big. I think, for me, Dan just looks flat at the moment. So out of, you know, whether he's given a lot to the week so far. He's not had much to get his teeth into. Oh, that's just way too good.
Killing it right now. And you can see the frustration there for the Jacks, just asking what they can do. Seems that Edmonds and Salisbury are dictating every rally from whichever position they are on the court. Big first serves a way through.
Sometimes to Carl, you can actually take a bit of pace off the serve. I think he kind of, at the moment, he's using the pace well. I think if you just throw in a couple of slow balls, maybe to Carl.
And that was well controlled on the approach. Those balls have been flying back at them. Bit more like it.
Game. Murray Evans.
Well, they're on the board
Salisbury
in the second set. Still not looking terribly happy. But if you can get a game on the board, you can get a set on the board.
We've been doing that though, I think.
Okay,
Be
well,
waiting.
try the first point, and the second point, play it up like you normally
Here you
do.
go, boys.
Try it.
Just trying to get themselves going. Salisbury to serve now, and he's been the mailman this week, just delivered consistently.
Here we go, Bulldogs!
Yes, Jamie!
Love 15.
Well, that's what you want, something to get them going on the bench.
Let's go, Jack.
That's a big serve. Really pacey. They're just not expecting it to come at him so quickly.
Let's go!
That's just too good again.
30-50.
Nowhere to go really for Danny. Had to kind of try and find a way out of it.
And giving him those slower, higher balls, and he just tees off. Relentless forehand. I don't think it's a coincidence these big performances come in the evening. The whole day has gone, the energy has been building for them, and then right at the end of the day, they just unleash it on the court.
Game. Edmund Salisbury.
Had something to work with, didn't they, with that opening point? But
Edmund Salisbury lead by 3 games to 1.
Yeah, the smallest of chances, and these two just slam the door. No mercy.
Let's go, Bulldogs!
Pressure now on the Jamie Murray serve.
Out.
Right, wheels go, Joe. Here we go.
15 love.
Go, Jack. Go, Jack.
Can he miss?
Great return, Ked.
Best bit about it is he doesn't even react. He just goes straight back to business.
yeah, Andy Murray giving him a bit of jip as well.
stepping up inside that baseline. It's a dangerous place to let them have possession.
I mean, that was actually one of his best forehands of the day because it was so low. I mean, for the way his grip is, obviously you want the ball up a little bit higher, but to actually generate that amount of pace from this position, look at just a complete turn of the wrist to get the pace.
Yeah, it was pretty insane. And they've got so much ease they're playing with at the moment. Look at that scoreboard. They can really step up and go for this.
Just a slightly slower serve, wasn't it? That's what we were talking about with Carl. When he is in a groove on the return, you've got to try and do something just to give him just a slightly different look at it.
And they can generate his own pace as well. Just the little pump of the fist in response.
It's a low-key reaction to what was probably the best shot you'll see all week. When Jamie Murray's hit an absolute beauty there, he's picked it up. That is just nothing short of outstanding.
That's ridiculous. Jamie's best shot of the day, followed by Kyle's. Well, that was key. After that incredible previous point, Edmund and Salisbury might just have rolled away with it, but still, with the sudden death juice, another break point to save. And that's the first huge reaction that we've seen from Dan Evans out here. Back end of that game might just finally have got him going.
Seen multiple matches over the years as well change on a situation like that where you have a chance for a double break and it becomes a single one.
I'm going to hang myself tonight, mate.
We're going to chat to Leon Smith. Can you hear us, Leon?
Yeah, I got you.
What are you most impressed with from your side out here?
Well, I think Joe and Kyle are showing great energy, you know, right from the start. You know, for a pair obviously haven't played together. I think that's what we're interested in, a combination like this, when you have like a very established specialised doubles player and Joe playing with a singles player, especially a singles player that hits so big. I think it's a really good combination, they've played really, really well so far. They've just got to keep backing it out, but the energy I think is fantastic.
Yeah, scoreboard's been looking good. Is there a danger of complacency here for them?
No, not from them. I mean, I think they're so locked in. They're getting great support, of course. The whole team's down. This is what we've seen the last couple of days. At the last match on, you know, all the teams getting down on court, supporting each other, creates a great atmosphere.
Thanks, Leon.
Thanks.
Love.
Well, the Kyle Edmund serve has been one of the biggest weapons on court today, so key for him to quell any hope that might be rising. There it is again. The wide serve to the Evans backhand has been a killer.
Yeah, that's his favourite serve, Abby, that one out wide on the ad side, doesn't matter who he's playing. Just hit it beautifully tonight.
30-15.
Let's go, boys. Let's go. This one now.
Big reaction to a double. They know they need to catch hold of any chance they get.
Yeah. Normal. Yeah. Here. It's out here, baby! Let's go!
40-15.
They've had a heck of a lot to cheer about today, the British Bulldogs, and Kyle Edmund and Joe Salisbury are a gift that keeps on giving.
Yeah.
Let's first serve.
Yeah.
Once again, just keeping it short in the court, Joe Salisbury getting the job done.
And Salisbury lead by 4 games to 2.
Carl's just kept his head down tonight, hasn't he? And he has done well. Not let up at all.
Probably one of the most key games for them, just because it was a really good end to the previous game from Jamie and Dan. First little signs that something might happen.
So tough to get a hold of that after Carl's four, and again Jamie's just moving backwards. He's on the defense. It becomes a defensive volley, and Joe's movement here off the ball so crucial.
Yeah, they are playing huge tennis out here.
Good reactions from Jamie Murray, because that was an excellent lob to make a sharp move. I think Joe couldn't get as much pace to it, but nonetheless, that is a really good kind of roundhouse smash. Jimmy Connors pulling out there.
30-15. 40-15.
Flash of lightning. Hadn't quite backed off enough, Jamie Murray.
40-30.
Salisbury exposes the placement. He still stood well inside the baseline there, Jamie, and caught out. Edmonds Salisbury lead 4 games to 3. New balls, please. Well, they just keep things ticking. Keep doing their bit, holding serve. And giving themselves another opportunity to dig into a return game, but it's not been easy out here.
Borrow your returns for a game.
How does second serve feel like?
Oh yeah, he's rinsing the server.
Yeah.
Time.
I'm big on the second. Well, kids are gonna be on the second.
Here we go, Jax. Here we go, Jax. Remember, they got 9 balls now.
What do they do here, Nick?
Interesting to hear them talking about Carl's second serve, isn't it? How big he's actually hitting it. So sense the adrenaline he's brought to the court today has served him well. He's channeled it well. I don't think they really have just been given any chance to play out here.
They're so proactive from these two.
Boys. 15 love.
And a lot of it is in those first serves, right?
Yeah, I think this is probably the game. If they're going to break, they're going to have more opportunity. Just maybe test Kyle out at the net if they can. Just get a couple of balls to him. Make him work a little harder. It's a beautiful play. I mean, a lovely kick serve out wide. The toughest return for Dan to hit up high. Ball down the middle. So then, again, we talked about this earlier on. You get the ball going one way, you then get the opponent going the other, and you're just dividing the court up so well.
Love.
Up from 67% of first serves in the first set to 78 now. Edmund and Salisbury.
Here we go, dogs.
And when the first serves are of the quality that we're seeing, that's pretty huge.
Game.
Back-to-back aces to close it out.
Edmund Salisbury, he by 5 games to 3.
They had to work hard on, really. Other than that, it's been super clean.
Yeah, you feel like they've done the hard work out here, and now it's just a case for them of focusing on their serves, getting those big first serves in, guarding what they've worked for.
Foul. 15 love.
Here we go, dogs. Let's go.
You go, kid. Kid. Yeah. Oh.
Out. 30 love.
The positioning just blocking the space.
Let's go, dogs.
Go, Dad! Touch.
Oh.
30-15.
Came off the frame, I think.
Take some off there, Joe.
Yeah, just brushed. Liam Brody is having the time of his life out here. I don't know how he'll go back to normality.
Yeah, he's rubbing it in.
of audible frustration there from Jamie Murray.
Helped him because it's got him fired up. Better second serve.
Here we go, Bulldogs.
Just won't let up. This is pretty ridiculous stuff from Salisbury and Edmonds at times.
Well, he just held this last backhand, and that was what made it look so special. He's looking up where he's gone. Good hit here. Got it to the backhand somehow. There wasn't much room to work with there, but look how he just waits.
Game. Murray Evans.
Well, they get the hold.
Edmonds Salisbury lead by 5 games to 4.
And it might feel like they're prolonging the inevitable, but only takes a few points to swing things, and they have one more chance, one more game in which to try and do that. These two, though, looking super relaxed.
Right from the start, super focused.
First point. That first point is so important in any game, just to settle.
Time.
Come on, come on, let's go. Here we go, boys. Let's go. Let's go, Bulldogs!
You're not going to get too many looks at a Kyle Edmonds second serve. When it comes, you need to take advantage.
That was actually a good second serve, wasn't it? Slight change up in terms of the direction. Jamie may be expecting it to come to the forehand.
Just picking up where they left off, these two.
30 love.
It's been deeply impressive out here.
Let's first serve.
Yeah.
Well, here we go. After an hour and 8 minutes, it's triple match point to the British Bulldogs.
Big stop.
There it is. The 3 points go the way of the British Bulldogs. And Joe Salisbury and Kyle Edmonds might want to think about making this partnership a regular thing after that performance. So impressive from the first point to the last. No let up. Serious pace and energy. And they never really looked in trouble, Nick.
Well, that was flawless. I mean, it really was right from the off, as you say. Not only did Kyle serve brilliantly, he returned brilliantly initially. That kind of set the tone for them. Everything well tonight. Joe Salisbury was just so solid. Just a good partnership, as we mentioned. I think personality-wise, they suit well. Kyle obviously came out a little more with a little bit of a point to prove, perhaps. Fresher as well. You know, you just wonder if that perhaps played a little bit of a part in this one tonight. A drama-free evening, I think, for the first time in a while.
Yeah, it is for the first time this week, actually. We've had 2 crazy finishes previously.
At least from singles.
Yeah, I don't want to play singles, maybe not, but I think we're struggling in the dubs, aren't we?
Yeah, but it depends who they put out. I mean,
And we've got Naomi Cavaday speaking to the winners.
Joe, Kyle, that was an impressive performance. Did it feel as good as it looked?
Yeah, I mean, it felt pretty good. Obviously, we got off to a great start, which is always nice. I mean, it's the first time we've played together, so we weren't sure how we're gonna gel as a team. But obviously, yeah, it was pretty good, and yeah, we knew it would be a really tough match. But yeah, we managed to stay on top of them the whole way.
Yeah, Carl, maybe there'll be an opportunity later down the line when the regular season gets underway to play dubs again with this guy?
Yeah, maybe. I mean, he's got his own regular partner and they won the slam, so it's going to be pretty tough to split them up. But we played well today. I enjoyed it. Yeah, we just got going really quickly, which was nice in a new partnership when things gel straight away. I think our games sort of gelled together quite nice in the doubles court. But yeah, we started off strong in both sets and really just managed it throughout the set, and glad we could get 3 points to the team.
Yeah, a big 3 points there, extending the lead. Do you think you're the favourites now, Joe? Looking forward to the rest of the week. Not quite at the halfway stage, but surely got to be looking good to take the title.
Yeah, I mean, obviously we've got a good lead now, but only 3 days in, 4 more to go, and the points get more throughout the week. So yeah, we're definitely not going to let our foot off the gas. We've got to keep going, and yeah, hopefully get some more wins tomorrow.
Oh, well done, guys. It was a great match.
Thank you. Thanks.
Yes, as Joe Salisbury pointed out, the points will keep building, so this is not over. A really big lead now for the British Bulldogs, but later in the week we might be looking at a completely different scenario. I'm just going to hang around to find out. Let's have a look back at this one. Looked pretty one-sided for the majority of it. Edmund and Salisbury came out so strong. What stat stands out?
Yeah, just a very clean card. I mean, look at the second serve points on both the same on that regard. Didn't even allow them a break point. I think that's crucial. Obviously, just served beautifully. Carl's serve was really impressive. I thought Carl's return, actually, for me, was the best part of his tennis today. A lot of good returning, especially off the backhand wing. Could put them under pressure. Getting Dan not quite so much time off his return as well. Just a really good team. Just complemented each other beautifully out there. And wouldn't be surprised to see them again in the next couple of days.
So clean, so sharp, and yeah, maybe they should think about continuing that one further down the line. What a debut for that side. And this is how it went down. They closed it out in style off the Kyle Edmund serve. And just a little acknowledgement of how well they played. An earlier night than usual, quicker finish, and they'll be hoping to preserve as much energy as possible for the 4th day of action tomorrow. Looking back at the results of the day now, another big day of action. This is court 1. Beth Gray got the British Bulldogs out to the winning start against Naomi Brody. Jen Choinski pulled one back, but it was the mixed doubles that really tilted it. Cameron Norrie and Beth Gray coming back from a set down and 7-4 down in the match tiebreak to get that one done. And then on centre court, big day of action. Heather Watson finally got the Union Jacks match tiebreak win, but it was Cameron Norrie who beat Dan Evans for the 2nd time this week to clinch another 2-pointer for the Bulldogs. Mixed doubles went the way of the Union Jacks, but once again, the British Bulldogs out on top, with Emma Raducanu taking the win over Jodie Burridge and Kyle Edmund and Joe Salisbury bringing the day to a triumphant close and taking that tally to 29 points. It's a long way back for the Union Jacks. Here is the confirmation of the score. Thank you for tuning in today, and we look forward to another day of action tomorrow. See you then.